for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open
Microphone. Okay, everybody can hear me. Can you hear me? Hit me back. Nobody can hear me. Oh, Marjorie said, "Now there's a laugh." Marjorie, Kevin, there, give me a joke, you know. Kevin, Kevin, I give me a joke. Kevin, my God. Gone here, sir. I'm going to have Kevin, man. Kevin, run us, I give him a pure joke. All right, listen, everyone. Good afternoon, and thanks for tuning in to Reason with Rattigan, with yours truly, Will, the Rebel Rattigan. As usual, we start with education. Education is a passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. That was said by Malcolm X years and years ago, and it still rings true today. So as usual, today we will be preparing for the future. Please remember, pen, paper, and focus. Mentally and visually. Focus. Now, let me bring up the schedule. There we go. A big up hard-working producer, Joan. Thanks again. See what shop for we are. Okay, here's the agenda. Very 2468. Wow. Very ambitious agenda. We have the first one, visa or principle. We're going to do an update on the Cuban export labor program. You know, we did this topic last week, Saturday. And throughout the week, it's been getting a lot of attention, not only in Jamaica, but outside. And so that's how we like to do things around here. We like to blaze our trail. You know, we like to look at things from an angle where nobody's looking at it. Sad to say, the ambassador could have been looking at this issue since 2019, but didn't. So much for that. They were joined by DJ Kevin Stu, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a big round of applause. Well, a big up Kevin, people. I'm there. And him there, but him there from long time, because it's from 8 o'clock this morning, Kevin started. So, just so you know, Kevin could have done this like within, I don't know, 30 minutes. I know, but him I work with me. I don't know it goes me. Slow. Slow. So, yeah, I will up Kevin, because Kevin assumes I know some things when him tell me like 2 months ago, a year ago, he assume say retain it. So Kevin will say, yeah man, just do that. And I say, wait, how go again, Kevin? I'm start. And you can see me and say, my goodness, me have to start all over again. And then Kevin doesn't want me to touch the mouse, because guess what? When I grab it, I have a tendency to delete stuff or move stuff, and then Kevin turn around and Kevin said, where's that? Where did that go? I'm just no, it's gone, Kevin. But anyway, connected to the visa or principle is the second topic, diplomatic incompetence. And if you notice, we did not say diplomatic incompetence, TENTS. We're not saying that these people are incompetent. We're just saying what they're doing is just pure incompetence. Because these people are bright people, you know. Bright people, went to some of the best schools, come from some of the best families, but it just goes to show that incompetence is all around, right? So we're going to look at Minister KAMINA Johnson-Smith, one of my favorite ministers, if not my favorite minister. And we still call her Ambassador Audrey Marks, even though she's no longer here in the U.S. But once you get that title, it stays with you. So that's that. Then a topic that's related to number 2 is Ambassador Anthony Anderson. Most of you remember that he's former chief of defense, former uh, uh, national security advisor, former police commissioner, former head of some resilience group, and now he's the Jamaican ambassador to the United States. For him, we're going to do a case study of the Peter Principle, and we're going to show you the definition of Peter Principle and explain all of that. Later on in the program, we will be joined by none other than Jeanette Calder. And I took some time to kind of emphasize her name because she's one of my heroines. She will be here to talk to us about exercising your right to obtain information from the government of Jamaica. And she will explain how to go about it and wherever I can. She don't need me, but I have some experience in doing it. And so I'll join in, give you a few tips as well. Paula Lllewellyn, a look at our contemptible DPP. There are some things that happened recently, and we're going to go over them. We're going to go back to the Vibes Cartel case, maybe before that, and we're just going to show how contemptible this lady is. And I'm going to play a video, and you're going to hear her reason why she wanted to stay a bit longer in the position. And you're going to hear from her timetable for departing. Quite interesting. And then we have some major announcements by the OJLDF. For those of you who have forgotten or who don't know, OJLDF stands for One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. That's our foundation around here where we do things to hold government accountable. And you're going to hear about some of the things that we're doing because people have said time and time again, yeah, you guys talk a lot. But let me just say that for the people who are saying you guys talk a lot and you don't do anything, take a step in front to your mirror, look in front of your mirror, look at the mirror and ask yourself this question. What have you done to hold government accountable? How have you contributed? It's one thing, and I understand, believe me, I understand. It's one thing to say, them no, they're not, no. But at some point you have to take stock of yourself and say, well, what have I done? How can I help? And we're going to talk about some of the things that the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation has done, and some of the things we're doing, and some of the things we plan to do. And we want you to join us. All of the naysayers, all of the doubters, all of the people who don't know. Hopefully, after today, you will know and you will become a believer. You will become a supporter. And together we can move forward in holding governments accountable. And as I've said many times before, I don't care who is in charge of the government. I don't care. Because our aim, our goal is for the people of Jamaica to get what they were promised by the government. And that idea of government promising people, it's backwards. It should be the people telling the government that this is what we want. And we're going to talk about that later on, about manifesto, because political parties, they put out their manifestos. What should happen is communities should put out their manifestos to MPs. That's the way it should be. Communities should galvanize, come together and say, listen, what do we need to make our community a viable, strong, successful community? And then you produce that document to the potential MP or to the incumbent, both of them. And you say, listen, we want to talk to both of you about our goals, our aims, our needs, our desires. And then based on your discussions with them, then you select somebody. What I'm saying to you is vote issues. Vote issues. And they say in America, all politics is local. Yeah. Vote your local issues, because what the issues that you have, in Portmore may not be the same issues that they have in Montego Bay. Vote issues. So, and then of course, the last topic is who's responsible for damaging brand Jamaica. We're going to leave that up there as a miscellaneous because, or me.
What about Carla?
I mean, we see your point. We see your point. So I guess that must be that thing that look like it's not come at me. So that must be. Let me see what else is here. Oh yeah, today of course I'm here. Kevin is here. I sat. Need I say more? You know where he is, what he's about. Prezi, for those of you who have asked about, you know what's funny, Kevin? Whenever somebody doesn't show up on the program, right, there is this tendency for people to believe that we're at issue. We have issues with people. That's why they're not here or we're not there or whatever. Let me just make it clear to people that I have no issues with anyone out there. If people have issues with me, then that's something else. But I don't have issues with anyone. It's that simple. Because people come and ask me all kind of fool question. Oh, we are saying no, the one I not talk about. Nonsense. I'm open to a discussion with anyone. I don't carry grudges. I don't have none of them negative feelings. I don't have time for that, right? And to the best of my knowledge, and believe me, I know a lot. I don't have no issues with anybody. I don't have any issues with anybody. But there's a tendency whenever people don't see an association, they say something wrong. If they don't, like for example, Kevin, if you don't show up next week and I don't tell people where you are, I guarantee you somebody will say, oh, Kevin left him. Him and Kevin have an argument, you know? And I'm resisting the tendency to have to explain every time somebody is not here. Because the moment you stop, they say, oh, him can't explain it, so that means there's something wrong. There's nothing wrong, people. Trust me. So, Prezi, he and I spoke. He may or may not be here today, but just so you know, nobody have no problems. JAMAICA'S is not here right now, but me and JAMAICA'S have no problem. So JAMAICA'S gonna come. So just want to make that clear. We're gonna move on. The engagement norms. All of you have seen these norms. You know, be an active listener, use your time effectively, be present. Present meaning just be in the moment, listen to what's going on. Because there's also a tendency to write all kinds of things. Look at Jeffrey. It's the one, Jeffrey. Mr. Bumbaba, give yourself here. So don't make a talk out what that's all about. All right. So be present. People, welcome one and all. But when you come and listen. If you have something to contribute, then do it in a very respectful manner. Because if you don't, you will be summarily removed from the chat. And we know we have people who come over here and their only purpose in life on a Saturday is to come over here instead of reason with Rattigan. Them come for fight with the people. Them come for fight with all of you and fight with me. And I know all of you want to protect me because me on a boy. And I know they want to protect me. I don't want to just, race up a boy. But all they do just point him out. No, him or her. Well, we don't even know sometimes the gender because people put, we can't see them. They just put a name. So we don't know who it is. But all they do, just point the person out to us. That's all. Don't get in any back and forth because then you're distracted. And then when we looking at the chat, we get distracted. And we are trying to figure out who did what. And, so please be present and contribute. And enjoy the experience. I've been told that a lot of you show up on a Saturday because you're getting what you're getting what you've come to expect, and that is information concerning issues affecting Jamaica. We don't talk about people around here. When I say people, like if we're talking about a person that's involved with corruption and the person is married and have children, we don't talk about the family. We leave the family out of it. They have nothing to do with it. So we don't pay attention to that. We try and stay focused. So that's where we are. Let me see what else. Oh, Jeanette Calder will be here. and Professor Toysia Collins will be here. She's she has an interesting story. She just got her PhD, and has to do with homicide rates in Jamaica. So, yes, Mega, you're right. We're more than just stock. We're family over here. Yeah, indeed. Uh, this one says political corruption works by having an equally corrupt legal system to protect it. And to some degree, people, it's true. It's true. We're not passing judgment on the judiciary's performance because no system is perfect. Nobody's perfect. You're going to have people doing things for different reasons, different motivations. And I can't help when I read this thing here. And I'm not passing judgment on the judge. I'm just saying I can't help but just think about how did Marissa Dalrymple Filbert escape going to prison? I'm trying my level best not to focus on what the judge did and not to focus on who the judge is. Try my level best. And so what I'm going to focus is not so much on the judiciary, but focus on her. How did she not go to prison? If we're so deeply concerned about corruption and we want to improve our standing on the corruption index and to the world and to our own people to say, look, times have changed, things have changed, and we are changing. No longer will we harbor this type of behavior. So, and let me just leave it right this up. Let me just yeah, let me just go on there, Kevin, because we just want to big up producer Joan. Let me just finish up some things and then Kevin and Willa we can talk. Okay, you're going to hear a lot of opinions today, and they belong to the individual presenters, and they're not endorsed and they're not promoted by Reggae Global Radio or the host. That's our disclaimer. No, relax with the Rebel. That's tonight, right after you are through with your calisthenics, your exercises with DJ Kevin Stew. The Rebel will entertain you with a classic reggae selection. And folks, tonight I'm going to provide you with a tribute to the great Kokoti. May his soul rest in eternal peace. So please tune in tonight to the Rebel at 10. And then I'd like you to support Dr. Love. He comes on at midnight. Kevin, take that. Carry on.
You're on to look out here. Greetings and salutations. How y'all doing? I want to say big ups to everybody. Yeah, I've been trying to be quiet over here while the Rebel goes through his introductions. Yeah, we've been at it from early this morning as usual. Coming up later on, of course, after we get done at 8 o'clock, I will be here on air giving you a serving of Saturday stew. Yeah, I kind of losing some pigmentation here in my. Anyway, I'll fix that later on. But yes, so we go on through the night. Music, Rebel comes back on. You get to relax with him. Dr. Love comes up after, and then tomorrow we'll go through the day. There's no Rebel and Stew tomorrow, so there's no Easy Like Sunday. That comes up next week, so you can look forward to that. Look forward to that from now, yeah. And I'm back on in the week, the night shift to DJ Kevin Stew and Kevin Stew. Well, KevinStew.com is still down for now, but the night shift to DJ Kevin Stew, you can find me on YouTube Tuesday night I'm live, but the broadcast is on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 10 p.m. for those who don't know. This week, I'm going to be live on the broadcast on Tuesday. All right? Something to keep in mind. A couple of people were saying some things in the chat, And people understand, even though you hear Rebel talking about him don't know this and him can't do that, he has come a long way. So let's give some credit to the Rebel that started off this whole thing, wondering what is that. I have to tell him, yeah, well, that in front of you is the monitor. That down there before you, where the letters are, that's the keyboard. So he's come a long way because he knows the mouse, he knows how to use it and thing. You know. And those of you listening on the radio side, Reggae Global Radio and affiliates, welcome to you. Richie B Radio, Foundation Radio Network, ClintonLindsay.com. What's it? Rupity Station. Viscosity Blend. Yes. Had a moment there. Much respect. Glad that y'all could be taking this broadcast and helping others to learn, because that's what we come here to do. We come here to learn. We're learning what is being done in government spheres. We're learning what we can do to make a difference locally and internationally for Jamaica, land we all love. And so that is where the pen and the paper come into play, because the little notes that you jot down, you're gonna have to follow up on it. And for some, they have to jot down so that they can go follow up on it. Some just keep it in their head and just know that, all right, this is the mission. For me, for next week, I'm going to do this. If whichever way it works for you, go for it. Because we need to start now. If we haven't started yet, we need to start now. This is not about Kevin Stew. This is not about Will Rattigan. This is bigger than us. This is about individually. It is us collectively. And Rattigan knows how to set the rat traps. Right, Merlin. And yeah. And sometimes, it's like y'all know the glue traps. Sometimes they don't know that they're caught in the trap. They just try to get out and realize, boy, they can't go too far. And why am I start about him behind him back? No, man, straight to the face.
Right.
And we have that respect too, so that we can talk with each other face to face and say, hey, listen, you move sideways with this, you're gonna need to straighten up and fly right. And so this is where we need to be with our government. Understand this. I cannot stress it enough. Rebel mentioned it earlier. I've said it before. These people in government work for us. If you decide to go into a life of politics, you are entering into a life of servitude. You are there to represent people, not yourself. As a politician, you are there to do the people's bidding. So that is why you need the people. Go ahead and vote for yourself and see how far you get. And so we, the people, need to understand they are working for us and we need to hold them accountable. And that is what we've been doing. It has never been done like this in the history of Jamaica, pre or post independence. Never has this been seen. And so now we have the opportunity to not necessarily put our name up in lights and go down in record books, but to make a change. Something that is more important to the generations to come than it may be for us right now. Those that went before us that we recognize as heroes, they weren't thinking of themselves when they did the things that they did. They were thinking about us who are here now after they've long gone. So let's go and prepare for those that are coming up behind us. Because if we are in this right now and we're upset about it, what are they going to feel? Rebel.
Yeah, man, thanks. Yeah, people, Kevin and I, we have that mutual respect for each other. So Kevin can tell me I'm full of it. And I'm okay with it because what happens is that when Kevin tells you say you're full of it, I'm going to tell you why I'm think you're full of it. And just tell you say you're full of it. And usually I'm right, like around 9 out of 10 times I'm right. So but anyway, sorry about that. I got a phone call from, it's an international phone call about some serious things. Let me just before going further, let me just say this Wednesday, Mr. Jeffrey Tavares will have as a special guest Mr. Julian Robinson, Shadow Minister on Finance, and that's at 7 o'clock this Wednesday on the Make We Talk YouTube program. Also, don't forget to join Jeffrey Tavares and his special guest or guests on a Monday night at 7. Every Monday night at 7. This Wednesday night, I think it's a special program, but keep in mind that the regular program is on a Monday, but this coming week, you have to at least join Mr. Jeffrey Tavares on 2 occasions. Monday night at 7, and Wednesday night at 7. Monday night at 7, we don't know who he'll have on as yet, but we know that on Wednesday, he will have on Mr. Julian Robinson. That's the Shadow Minister on Finance. Should be interesting. All right. We talked about Relax with the Rebel. So now we talk about Easy Like Sunday with the Rebel. And last Sunday, DJ Kevin, Stu, and I experienced Pegasus in full effect. The man them shut it down just as we started. I just want to thank all of you for sticking with us because I think we lost about a half hour of the program where I couldn't hear Kevin and you guys could hear me, but you couldn't hear Kevin and Kevin could hear me, but then you couldn't hear me and it was a mess. But we made it through and we managed to entertain you with music from several genres and the response was absolutely fantastic. In fact, I received calls and text messages saying that the time was too short. But we get that all the time.
That's how you know.
Yeah, we get it all the time. Maybe in the future, Reggae Global Radio, the boss lady will extend the time. We're asking, so we'll see. Come Reason with Rattigan, that was the Wednesday night show now. This past Wednesday, we had a great show with Dr. Ben and an enthusiastic audience. Of course, we have to give a big shout out to Miss P. You know, she call and she talk up the things. Always a pleasure hearing her take on what's going on in Jamaica. Now, just remember that while Dr. Ben and I will do presentations on a Wednesday, we would rather not. What we'd like you to do on a Wednesday night is to call in with your questions and your comments. It makes it more. We want it to be more active, more interactive. You know, we want you to talk to us because on a Saturday you really don't get a chance to talk to us. You listen to us. So on a Wednesday we want you to call in and ask about anything, whether it's something that happened on the Saturday program, or something that happened on another program, or something that just happened in the news. Please, we're looking forward to seeing and hearing from you next week, Wednesday. And finally, big shout out and greetings to Papa Trevor, Ma P, Ma Jean, Desmond, Paul, Bonnie Jump. I know you listen, my brother, as all of the people we just mentioned, Jonah Marie, Patrick. I have a brethren there in Jamaica. We go through some difficult times right now. Him know how me attack, him name escape me because I have so much things on my mind because I'm still I try process the phone call I just get because it's a significant matter. But Fittest the Hardest Dread, when you listen to Mrs. Nelson, Bobby D'Souza, Barry, thanks for the call yesterday, brethren. How you want? Mr. Baxter, Sassy Diva, Raleigh. Oh, by the way, Raleigh, but just want you know, say, everybody for know, say, my newest favorite band is Dread I Dread. And tonight we're going to play one of their songs. you know. Of course, the short boss we have to play one of your song too, you know. We'll play another song too from a gentleman from Waterhouse who used to live in front of me. As most of you know, Raleigh used to live in front of me on another street. And then first place I lived in Waterhouse is a guy who lived across the street from me. We're gonna play, we call him Ferico. And brother join us all the time, Eddie Shackleford. So we'll play a song from him tonight as well. Big up Danny Gopes and Roland, the valiant one. Big up yourself, big up yourself. Big up our ambassadors. We're gonna make some announcement about today, about some things we've done and we're doing with the ambassadors. And of course, people, we have to big up producer Joan. Big up yourself, producer Joan. Kevin, over to you, sir.
Yeah, man. As the broadcast goes on, sometimes you'll see me pop in and pop out, or pop out and pop back in. Don't worry, I'm not far. I'm still there. But you know, when you're doing multiple things, I'm always doing multiple things. And people, y'all have been saying, if we keep a party, y'all will come. There's an event coming up in June where we'll be celebrating Ed Robinson's Earth date. I know of 2 DJs from Reggae Global that will be at that event. I know of myself, and I know of the 5-star general out of the UK, Mixmaster J. So if y'all can go ahead and start planning for June, we can have a party. Now, of course, the Rebel need to come to South Florida before then. So that is something else. But I'm a sound sharp, boss.
You know, let me switch the conversation and say we have Mr. Sutherland out of Chicago, and he has an initiative to a book bag, back to school initiative for the children of Jamaica, and he has a fundraiser. Kev, can you put up where's his link? It's a worthwhile support.
His link, people, is when you look on the YouTube for today's broadcast, and you look in the description below the topics, you'll see actually 2 GoFundMe links. You'll see the tablet GoFundMe link for the Portland program that ISAT had started, but you'll also see this link for JYAP, the Jamaica Youth Empowerment. That's yes, I think that's how it goes. The one that Rebel has up right now.
Yeah.
So it's right there, Rebel, on the description on YouTube. You'll find the link right there.
Yeah, Mr. Dennis Sutherland. This is a very, very good program, and he's trying his best. And he's for years it was self-sponsored. He was doing it out of his own pocket. He's still doing it out of his own pocket, but he's asking for some assistance because he knows, as we all do, that the children are our future, and if we don't invest in them right now, then what kind of country are we planning for Jamaica to have? It's not going to be good. So we have to plan now for all of these little children, all of these children you see here, plan so that they can be the next doctor, the next lawyer, the next parliamentarian, the next scientist, the next something, the next somebody. And it all starts with a giving heart. So please, people, give and give generously. And that is to Mr. Sutherland's fundraiser for the children of Jamaica, the back to school package. All right. Let me see what else we have here, Kevin. Fundraiser. Oh, this is the one. Oh, but here's ISAT. We support everybody. In fact, we tell everybody, if you have a fundraiser, just send it over here. We'll post it. We'll talk about it. ISAT has something called Operation Eastern Portland Relief Support, and again, support the effort, people. Please support the effort, and we have a link for this as well in the on the
In
YouTube.
the description. Yep.
Okay. All right. We'll have some videos now for the show. But first, I want to show you something, people. Well, go on, Sir Kevin. I can't see nothing on my side. Oh,
Hey,
everything.
I say that too, but go on as it comes back.
It's not coming back. It just stopped.
It well, I can tell you, you're showing this though.
Yes, I'm showing that. Mhm.
Yeah. So everybody that is watching.
But I can't see. I can't see the full screen on the streaming.
Yeah, I know. So I'll go ahead and talk about that.
Okay, folks. Here's what happened. We just had the budget, and everybody's excited for one reason or another. You know, and about the proposed funding of various ministries and items and so on and so forth. But I want to show you one. And we showed you the one for last year. I want to show you another one. Now, the real bro God in Jamaica, we know who the real bro God is, right? We don't have to ask the question. The real bro God is the Governor General. Him come first in everything. In fact, his wife is the first lady. The Prime Minister's wife is not the first lady because the Prime Minister is not the head of state. The head of state is the King of Jamaica, Charles III, represented in Jamaica by the Governor General. So Lady Allen is the first lady. So him come first in everything. Look at this is a budget, you know, the estimates of expenditure. Look at the very first item. Very first 01000. His Excellency the Governor General and staff. And there it is for 2023-2024. The Governor General and his staff, they received 523 million. Actually, almost 524 million. 2024-25, 532 million. Went up a bit. Look at 2024-2025. 706.5 million. Three quarters. Almost three quarters of a billion. Right? 20 million short. And then for this year, and by the way, this 706, they're still spending it now. I will going to show you how they spend, some of it recently. But they're still spending it because the fiscal year in Jamaica ends March 31st. And the new one will begin on April Fool's Day. You see them pick April Fool all the way. But the 1st of April is the start of the new budget year. It's not, the budget year is different from the calendar year. So when you hear them say them read the budget, they're reading the budget for the budget year that will start April 1st. So 706 million for the Governor General who no do nothing for we. Him no do nothing for we except cause all kind of sufferation when him sign off on a state of emergency. And then the police them just bag up our children and just detain them without cause and for an inordinate period of time. That's what him do. Now, for this year, for the next fiscal year, starting April 1st of this year till March 31st of next year, him gone down 630 million. And I'm asking myself the question, with everything going up, salaries, food, everything going up, how come FEMA dropped to 630? What happened in 2024-2025 that caused it to be 706? We don't know. And guess what, people? We will never find out because the Governor General, him don't have to file no statutory declaration. None. So we don't know. I guess him get audited. So we'd have to look to the Auditor General to see what she can come up with as to why him get 706 this fiscal year, and then they kind of build it up. But remember now, it's estimates for 2020, because remember now, for the next fiscal year, and Kevin pointed it out to me this morning. He said, "Be careful, make sure you know that it's estimates." So they could have a supplemental. They could actually increase it. It could come back to the parliament and say, "I need more money." And who in the parliament is going to tell him that we can't give you any money, Governor General? Governor General, I'm really he's the de facto head of state. He run things. So then bill it out to 2020, fiscal year 2028, 2029. But I want to show you something, people. Look at the second highlighted area, the one that starts 03000, and it says Office of the Public Defender. You know what that is? That is like legal aid. That is like for people who can't afford a lawyer, and these people step in. Look how much money them give them. Look how much. Let's go back. Let's use the 2024-2025 budget, because that's where that cycle. That's where we are right now. Them give the Governor General 706 million, and then give the Office of the Public Defender 351 million. Less than half. Less than half. Them get the lawyers who for defend poor people. Less than half. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Let me see if we have anybody else who them give. So anybody else of importance who got less money.
Well,
look at this one. Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, Kevin. Them not do nothing. Minister Marlene Malahoo Fort, she don't have nothing she can attach to her name and say, "This is my success." Nothing that is positive. We have negatives. We have the Constitutional Reform Committee. We have the bill. We have buildings that are not being occupied. We have positions that have not been filled. We have all of those things. And look how much money them get. Over $1 billion. When they could have taken this ministry, they could have taken the focus and the goals, the objectives, the work product of this ministry and put it under the Ministry of Justice. See what happened? Them go out and do that. And look at this one, Ministry of Education. Look how much money them get. And with children, them still can't read and can't write and can't count.
How them do that? So where the money gone?
Well, them have somebody named Grace McLean. Them have the other guy, the former permanent secretary. Them have a group called the Tertiary Commission or something like that, where money just went and we can't figure out. We don't get value for the money, right? I don't want to go any further in the budget because we're going to save the budget for another day to discuss it in depth. But I just wanted to point this out to you that just these two, just focus on these two, that we have the Governor General getting all of this money, getting 706 million, and then we have the public defender who defending poor people get 351. Now let me show you how the Governor General is spending your money. Let me show you. Kevin, you can't get my back.
So here's what we're gonna do, real quick.
Come out.
Yeah, we're gonna have to. But you're gonna need to jump back in real quick. So we're gonna lose Rattigan for just a few seconds because I got you, no worry. So it's just me I'll have for a moment. And to show you how quick this is going to be, you probably won't even notice. Say boom, he's back.
All right, let me show. Oh, Kevin, while I'm showing this video, all right, let me see if I can put up. where are we here? No, it's this one, right?
here. Hey, people, I tell you, I'm proud of him. I am so proud of him. Y'all don't understand, Do you think, Rebel? Do you think?
Where's my favorite minister? Where is she?
Scroll down.
Oh, here she is.
Yep.
And then I want to show them this one here. This one. All right. Let me put up this one, and then one more. Bear with me, people. Bear with me. Where is it?
What, Megawatt? I'm trying with him, I'm trying with him.
Mm-hmm.
You need to read some of his report cards from his teachers back in Meadowbrook and before.
All right, here we are. No. Oh, let me do something that Kevin. Okay, Kevin. I'm gonna look, Kevin.
Yeah, man, you're impressive, man. Even the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, here we go. All right, here we go. All right, folks. Short intermission. Now remember we showed you this, right? The governor general. We'll show you this money here. The 706. You see that, right? 706 million, right? 6 million, right? And then we also show you this one here is for the public defenders, the lawyers who were there provided by the state to help poor people. And you see it's less than half. 351, that's 702, 703. So it's less than half. Now, here's where the money is spent. All right. That's just one video. Well, another one. But on the see how the money is spent. And remember now, this is a man who had back surgery the other day, because remember we had an acting governor general, right?
Mm-hmm.
Him have back surgery, and you see him shake off him hand out there with him back. And you see him also have a elevator in the King's house. Him have an elevator in the King's house. And you see him come down with key and come down the stairs. But him out there shake off people and I tried it to myself and said, well, when you shake and some of them are shaking man vigorously to that must affect your back. But him don't have no problems. Him out there stand up and him bring in people. And you see all the place nice. And you cannot imagine the food that them eat. And meanwhile, what were people them there? Kevin, let me show them the second one now, Kevin. Please let me show them the second one now.
That won't be happening.
Sorry, no, not
that. Not that second one.
That lady look like Frightened Friday. We don't know. No disrespect. No, but no disrespect. I know why you no disrespect. Let me go back, people. So I'm gonna take a look.
Jeez.
Oh, here is
you still a work in progress here, people. Still a work in progress.
Yeah, is that Michael? This, ladies and gentlemen, is the president of the Senate, right? This is President Tom Tavares Finson and his lovely wife. Here they are. No, you have to laugh at Mr. Lady. Okay. No, hold on. Let me go back. there's my favorite minister. No, you know, and that's her husband with her. We're not gonna talk about him because I don't believe in talking about people's relatives if they are not involved in government or in corruption or whatever. They're not. So her husband, I will leave him to others because there are things that people have said, and I've seen some records, but it's none of my business. So let's move on. No, people. That's how some of the 706 million is spent. That's how it's spent to entertain these folks. That's how it is. And meanwhile, while this is going on, 70% of Jamaicans went to bed that night hungry or with junk food in their stomach. Think about that, people. Let that just resonate with you. We have a person that doesn't represent us, and we're giving this person and his staff 700 plus million Jamaican dollars to do what? This?
That will not happen.
No. To do this. That's it. No. Kevin, I have a question to ask all of Jamaica, all our listeners.
Here we go.
One question to ask on them. The question is this. Do you think you will get an invitation from the Governor General to attend something like this?
That will never happen.
I don't know why he gets certain things. I don't know.
That will never happen. That will never happen. He won't even have a treat to say, listen, people of Jamaica are going to have a King's House treat and they're going to open it up to the community. And him could have like maybe one community at a time. Maybe every month him have a different community. That would be a good gesture to say, listen, I represent the king, but I care about you because I am one of you. When all is said and done, I'm Jamaican, but him not do that. So it's now you know how some of the money is spent. So let me move this, Kevin. We should be having our guest with us, so we'll finish it just in time. Listen, folks, we have a lovely young lady with us. Her name is Toisha Collins. In fact, she have a title, Dr. Toisha Collins. Now, she has an interesting story because she called me some time ago and she was asking for some assistance while she was working on her PhD. But enough said. I'll introduce her and have her tell you the story, and then we'll get into the discussion about her research, the thesis, and its applicability to Jamaica. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome Dr. Toisha Collins.
Okay, good evening. Thank you for the introduction. I appreciate it so very much. Thanks for having me.
Welcome.
Hopefully my background isn't too, I'm noticing that it's very light. It's still nice and light out here up in Michigan. So we've gotten rid of all the snow. So now our days are a lot longer. So forgive me for the white background I have going on. It really just means sunlight is still out there.
How would you like us to address you?
Toysia is fine.
Toysia, well, let me tell you something. Don't count your blessings, but don't count them too much. You said we get rid of the snow.
Well, yeah.
Get some more snow.
Yeah, I may have said that too quick because I did see it. Oh my God, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you have a little thing coming your way there.
Yes. I forgot about that.
So, Toysia, welcome again to Reason with Rattigan. Now, you and I had a discussion, and you were telling me that, I watch a program and blah, 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 and so on and so forth. Tell us about Toysia. Who's Toysia?
So I think first and foremost, I'm a mother. That's the most important title that I hold. I have 2 children, and I feel like that's what I was placed here at this time in this moment, to be a mother. Some days harder than others. I have teenage daughters. So some days are harder than others, and some days are very, very harder than others. But at the core of it, that's who I am. Everything else is just an addition that I have, right? So I am, my name is Toysia Collins, like you mentioned. I actually grew up in St. Anne, up in the hills of Alexandria. That's where I'm from. Moved here to the US about 15 years ago now. I taught high school in Jamaica for a number of years. My parents were both teachers, and my dad ultimately became a principal. So it was sort of embedded in me early who I was going to be, almost like hereditary. So I taught high school for a number of years, and then I moved to the US. I currently work as assistant professor of teaching at Wayne State University in Detroit, Michigan. And I also lead as the project director for the Education Transition Coordination Program, which helps men and women who've lived experiences, what we like to call it, who've basically served many, many years behind bars. If they completed some sort of tertiary education while they were inside, we help to navigate them to universities pretty much across the country because it depends on where they're paroled to. So I lead that as the project director. So yeah, that's basically who I am.
Well, hey, look, kudos to you from the hills of Alexandria. My father's from Monique.
Okay. Yeah, I had an aunt who lived in Monique for a number of years. She passed about 2 years ago. Yeah.
God bless her soul. Well, we're believe me, we're really, really happy to have you. And tell us about your educational journey, and tell us about how we met and how you got to where you are, because it's quite an interesting story. Yeah.
So educational journey obviously started in Jamaica, Charlton Infant School to be exact. Actually, before that, what was it? Rosetta Basic School. So I'm coming from far. Started though at officially Charlton Primary School in Alexandria. I went to Westwood High School for girls. I ultimately transferred from Westwood. I want to say my 9th grade year. Was having some medical issues, so I transferred to St. Hilda's, which is closer to home. Graduated from there. I went to Knox Community College for pre-university stuff, and then I went to Sam Sharp Teachers College. So spent a couple years down in Montego Bay. Came to the U.S. I taught high school, like I said, for a number of years. Then moved to the U.S. Did my bachelor's in broadcast journalism, actually. Wayne State University. Then I went on to do the master's in criminal justice. And then I got to in the PhD program, I was interested for more reasons than one. I'll share those reasons in a little bit. But I was interested in looking at crime in Jamaica, in particular homicides. And so I was trying to figure out a way, because unfortunately or fortunately, I am not very well connected in Jamaica. So I was trying to figure out a way to be able to carry out the research, and that specifically was being able to talk to current and former homicide detectives. I was trying to get a sense of what is causing them to not be able to solve homicides as much as I would like to see, or I'm sure as other Jamaicans would like to see. So I, of course, was trying to use a snowball sample. So I met one person who is a former homicide detective from Jamaica who now lives in the diaspora. And one person mentioned another person until I got to you. And fortunately, you were able to provide some support with getting into talk to representatives and current and former homicide detectives. So that's how that connection was made. And thankfully, that was the source of the dissertation, allowed it to be done. So I'm forever grateful.
No worries. It's our pleasure around here to help whenever we can.
Yes.
As my mother used to say, one hand washes the other.
Oh,
and
yes, for
wash
sure.
the clothes.
For
So,
sure.
all right, tell us about the thesis, and was it tell us about the thesis and tell us about the parts of it that you found to be interesting and the parts that you found not to be interesting.
So when I lived in St. Anne a couple years ago, I had a family member who was murdered. It's one of those strange stories where there was someone in our community had passed away, and he was relatively poor, right? So we're talking rural Jamaica here. I think a lot of people in the community got together to help with the funeral, that kind of thing. But there wasn't a lot of food at this funeral, and trust me, this is a true story. But there wasn't a lot of food, right? As you'd imagine, someone who's relatively poor. But you know how nine night and that kind of thing, and you know, is in Jamaica. There, you know, there's the expectation that there's a lot of food. Anyhow, I guess he and another person had a confrontation that stemmed literally from the lack of food that was there, right? There was something to do with chicken. There wasn't a lot of it. And anyhow, ultimately, they had a confrontation. So that cousin, actually, I was looking for him for a little while because he had a little son who was in my class. And his son was super brilliant, very, very brilliant. But the son's mom told me that my cousin wasn't really supporting the son like he should. So he was missing a lot of days at school. And so I saw him at the funeral and I was like, yeah, you know, I was really mad at him. I had some choice words with him because I was like, how could you not be supporting this child when he's, you know, going to be the next prime minister? He has the potential, all of that. So you know, and he was trying to explain his side. Like, no, that's not really what happened. And, you know, the usual husband, what is it? Baby mother, baby father drama. Anyhow, long and short of that story is I spoke to him at about, I want to say about 4 or 5 that evening. And about 9 that night, somebody called me to say he was dead. And he was murdered, right? After this kerfuffle with him and this person over food. And it was really obviously such a shock for us, a shock for a small community. The perpetrator was ultimately served time. But as I was living in that community, right? So I had that first experience with our family coming close to or face to face with someone who was actually murdered. But then I started to look in my own community and I'm like, there are quite a few people in this very small proximity here who've passed away, and we still don't know. Like, nobody has ever been brought to justice for their murder. So that got me really curious as to why this was the case. When I came to the U.S., someone in the PhD program actually gave me this book called Ghettoside, and the book it was written by a journalist, Jill Leovy, and she had a very simple idea. She was talking about murders in the African-American community. And she said, when criminal justice institutions do not respond vigorously to violent injury and death, then homicides become endemic. So that kind of stuck with me like, wow, I wonder what's happening with our criminal justice system, why it's not responding vigorously, right, to the number of violent injuries that we have. So, of course, that got me, right? So I was already pondering this idea, and then I read that book. To add to that, I was reading an article in the Jamaica Gleaner. Then George Coelho was the police commissioner at that time, and he was talking about, the headline was actually Slow Justice. I never forget, but it was talking about how they had arrested over 1,000 people between 2016 and up to, I want to say, June 10th of 2017. And those people would never, these are people who were arrested for murder, and they would never see, their trial wouldn't actually begin. Again, we're talking 2017 is when Coelho was writing. And he said they would not stand trial until 2024. So, of course, all of these things were happening. And I'm like, well, this is troubling, right? Because when we consider just basic ideas of deterrence, like if you know that you're going to be caught and dealt with swiftly, if you do something criminal, then there's the likelihood that you may not, right? And of course, there are issues with this theory, of course, but I mean, at the bare minimum, you want to think that if people know that they're going to have swift justice, they may not do what they would otherwise want to do. And so all of those compounding things were happening, and so that sort of formed the basis of my thesis, just simply asking, why are homicide clearance rates so low in Jamaica? So that's how I got there.
And the results, or the answer?
And the results were a few interesting results, I think. So one, it was through the dissertation I actually truly understood that there was a difference between clearance rates and conviction rates. So the United Nations, for example, talks about conviction rates for Jamaica. They have it posted on their website. In 2014, for example, they said we only cleared about 4.3% of the murders that we had. And we know that Jamaica has, right, at least over 1,000 murders since 2014. We've never gone under 1,000 since 2014. So the United Nations, though, was saying that we were not solved, right? Our homicide conviction rates were so low. Well, the truth is that may be true, but for a long time, you know, we've been putting this blame, including me, on police, right? The police aren't solving crime. They're not clearing up crime. But really, out of the dissertation, I really realized that really police officers in Jamaica are actually clearing way more murders than we actually think. This is not by any means great, but they're on par with police officers in the United States, for example. So homicide clearance rates in the US sit at about 50%, which of course is not great, but other countries like Jamaica are also there, right? Not great, but we are sort of like all bad together. However, that's not the narrative we often hear. It always seems like, right, countries like the US are doing way better than Jamaica. But really, we're all on par in terms of the homicides that we're clearing. And that's because homicide clearing means that you have brought someone to an arrest. And truly, that is what is in the wheelhouse of police officers to be able to take care of, right? So the court is a different part of the criminal justice institution. So holding police officers responsible for something that's beyond their control is kind of disingenuous. So, right, as much as we criticize the police in Jamaica, and certainly there are reasons to criticize, the truth is they're clearing way more homicides than we actually give them credit for. So there's that. That's one of the findings. The other things that I just found interesting out of that was things like there were a number of, when I went into this with the idea that corruption was the number one cause for the low homicide clearance rates that we're seeing in Jamaica. Bear in mind that my research only focused on current and former police officers. And yes, there was some level of corruption, but more than even corruption, in speaking to police officers, one of the major things they were asking for is simply training. The training to become a homicide detective is often a very short one. And it doesn't, in that very short amount of time, I don't think people walk away with the skills that are necessary. And certainly this is something that you learn on the job as well. But I think way more time. And I mean, even the officers were asking for just more training, especially in best practices that are taking place in other parts of the world, training on some of the more contemporary technologies that are being used to commit crimes, right? So training came out as one of the big things that people were asking for, police officers. But I think even more than that were some of the other factors that came to light. One of the big ones that I walked away from this research that I hadn't thought about much is the mental health of police officers who are living through the trauma of these investigations. So certainly when we look at the news and we watch the news, some of the crimes are just so heinous that, it just, you cringe literally just as a citizen watching this. But then you consider the police officers who are responding to these, seeing the kind of violence. Every police officer that I spoke to had a case that has essentially stayed with them, right? And they were, some of them, they talked about having nightmares, just the level of stress and trauma that they go through, having had to respond to and essentially walk through these investigations. I don't think that's something we pay enough attention to, but it certainly is one of the big things that came out of this investigation. I think when I lived in Jamaica, I'd always say, okay, police officers, I know that they go to the rum bar, right? And that's a thing. But understand that some of this isn't an effort to dull some of the trauma, is something that we don't pay attention to as much as. Some of the other themes, I'm sticking with the good things in my findings. The other thing I found was that police officers, right, in the last couple of years, they've had some big wins. Certainly there are some cases that we can, we've seen them investigate, use contemporary technology to investigate, and have certainly made some advances. So there's that. One of the things I found was that they have a system of case reviews where after a homicide is committed, within a certain amount of time, a team of detectives, along with just other stakeholders, so we're talking maybe somebody from the gang unit, depending on the nature of the crime, they all get together to sort of dissect and piece through and just figure out exactly what is at the core of the crime and how to solve it. I think that augurs well for Jamaica, the fact that we have more than one eyes looking at the case and more than one expertise. But it also means that it lessens the amount of corruption that could, that is likely to happen. One of the quotes, and I wrote it in my book here, I want to read the exact quote. So in talking to one of the homicide detectives, he spoke about and this is a former homicide detective who said this. He said, can't find the exact quote, of course, but he talked about when he was a police officer in Jamaica as a homicide detective, how there was a time when someone would, let's say, call from maybe Kingston or whatever, they had killed someone in Kingston, those usual reports where you hear that there was a shootout and somebody ended up dead. So he said there were times when someone would call, let's say from, and I'm making up the name of the station, obviously, but someone would call, let's say from Kingston West or East and say, oh, we killed someone in Kingston this morning. Do you have any homicides that you can pin on him? And this was a real thing that used to happen. So I think with the case reviews, the implementation of case reviews with so many eyes looking at it, it lessens the amount of corruption that can come from that. So those are among some of the good things that I found. Not so good, the availability of witnesses, even when it's your own family member that has been murdered. The cloak of silence that remains in some communities doesn't augur well for investigations and the homicide detective's ability to solve the homicide. I also learned that, right, there are some cases that are a little bit easier to solve. And so sometimes those are the ones that get the focus. The ones that are not so easy to solve, oftentimes they end up in file 13 and those we never hear anything about again. And certainly this is not a secret, but another thing that came out of there that I also found interesting was really the slow pace at which the court system works and how that turns off witnesses, even witnesses who were willing to testify in the beginning, 4 or 5 years down the line when officers are going to them to ask them to still testify, they're like, you know what, officer, let's just leave that alone where it is because so much time has passed. So those were among some of the things that I found interesting, and at least some of the things that now, like oftentimes we speak about without much scientific or empirical evidence. So I'm thinking at least, at the very least, my research has added some empirical validity to the arguments that we have.
All right, a lot to unpack there. First of all, let me just thank you for at least looking at the issue, because not too many people look at it, and not too many people look at it objectively. You were distanced from it because you're not in Jamaica, you live in Michigan. So you could be objective about the facts and the numbers and all of that. So for the listening, for the audience, there's a difference between a clearance rate and a conviction rate. What you've given us the clearance rate.
Clearance rate.
Okay. Now, I have some numbers here.
Okay.
Clearance rate for homicides. All right. Now, here's what I found out. When you say homicides, for the JCF, they don't understand it. They said you have to say murder.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, they have to say murder because they said when you say homicide, we include when you say homicides, we include things like suicide and self-defense and a whole bunch of other categories get merged into that. So in order to say I want all your murder statistics, they have to take that out of it.
Yep.
But they also have something called death investigations.
Yep.
Where they put people in, and those people don't get counted in the homicide or the murder rate.
Murder rates. Yep.
Right. So now for 2017, the clearance rate was 38%. 2018, 36%. 2019, 35%. 2020, 53%. They're saying that 53% of the murders. 2021, it was 34%. Now, when you look at the conviction rate, that's something completely different.
And outside of the wheelhouse of officers for the most part.
Right. Now, here is something that I will submit to you and the listening audience. One of the problems why you have a disparity between the clearance rate and the conviction rate. Remember, clearance is just an arrest.
An arrest. Yep.
Right. And it doesn't even mean that you're arresting the right person.
Yep.
It just means that you arrest somebody.
Yes.
And as you mentioned earlier, sometimes they pin murders on somebody. They'll catch one person and say, all right, we're catching for this murder, but we have some other murders that look similar to this one. And we don't have nobody. So just pin them upon him. So you may have one person who committed one murder, but he got tagged with 4 murders. All right. Now, the problem with it is that unlike what I see here and what I've experienced, and I'll give you my experience. My experience as an FBI agent is that once you get a complaint and you do your preliminary investigation and your supervisor, you say, look, I think there's something here. Your supervisor signs off on it. I know you have a full investigation. You run across the street to the U.S. Attorney's office, to the lawyers, and you say, look, I have this case. What do I need for you to take it? And they'll say, okay, in order for me to prove this violation, here are the things I'm going to need. I need, witnesses. I need physical evidence. I need this. I need that. And you start working with that person from day one. In Jamaica, that doesn't happen frequently.
Yeah.
So the police officers, they're working on their own, and at some point down the road, they're going to merge with with prosecutors. Sometimes it's too late because guess what? They have misidentified people.
Yep.
Crime scenes have been contaminated. Evidence has disappeared. All of these things, and now the prosecutor is sitting there going, okay, so what do I do? Do I go forward with this? And you find that the conviction rate is far than the numbers we're seeing here.
Yeah.
And this is why I'm afraid of this particular statistic.
Mhm.
Because the police, they can arrest anyone.
Right.
Can arrest anyone. They have the right to arrest
Probable cause.
people on a probable cause. But probable cause in Jamaica, it doesn't mean probable cause as you and I know it in the United States, where you can articulate the probable cause. It could be that somebody say, I him do it. And them say, okay, if I him do it, then them lock him up. Then guess what? The person who say I him do it, they refuse to be a witness later on. So now that person has to be released because there's no witness. So
and to be honest, that happens here too, right? So we definitely have those, right? So I mean, I also add in there this portion. So as I was doing the research too, one of the things I found is there's a huge, even with the arrest, right? So clearance rate specifically, even with the arrest, there's a huge number of cases that are cleared posthumously. That is, the person died, and this case, so they have not had the opportunity to go before a jury of their peers or whatever. They don't have a day in court. So we don't talk about this murder again because this person was charged posthumously. Now, certainly there are investigations that happen for that as well, but just the large number of people that are that category there is something that someone needs to look at a little closer. The number of people who are charged posthumously. The other thing I found while doing this is that there are a number of people. So the JCF has some categories, like the ways they arrest people. So it may have been ID parade, or just the ways that you would expect. So they've done an investigation, they did an ID parade, and somebody was picked out of the ID parade. As I was going through this research, one of the things I found was there's a huge number of people who are in a category called not stated. And that's something I'm hoping to look at. So for example, in 2013, data I received from the JCF, so in that year, 2013, we had 1,202 homicides or murders reported. According to the JCF, 568 were cleared, which would give us a clearance rate that year of about 47%. So that's data from the JCF. However, for that same year, 2013, 71 of the people were in the cleared category. Their arrest method was posthumous arrest. So they are dead. This crime is on them that they'll never get a chance to answer to. And certainly this is for one reason or the other. But that same year, 341 of the people were arrested is not stated. It's just in a category that says not stated. So I don't know exactly how these people ended up being arrested for an alleged murder, right? So there are definitely some things in the data that has to be parsed through a little bit more, and certainly raises some questions as it relates to accountability and transparency, that in line with what you're saying needs to be looked at a little bit more.
Yeah, like for example, the death investigation. They have, and I have the records up to I think last year. There are hundreds of people in there, hundreds. And when I asked them, going back to 2016, how is it possible that you have somebody who is dead since 2016, and here it is 2024, 2025, and you can't make a determination as to the cause of death? And we're not talking dozens, we're talking hundreds of people. And they couldn't answer. And the more you talk to people familiar with the issues, the more you get to realize that, and I think you alluded to it a while ago, that the data is I wouldn't put my neck on the chopping block for the data that they're giving me. I just wouldn't, because sometimes you'll ask and you'll get a certain set, and then you'll ask 6 months later for the same time period, you'll get something a little bit different. And oh, another thing too is if you look at the homicide rates at the end of the year, every year, look at it for the end of the year, and then go and look at it about 4 months after. It's different.
Yeah, so those were some of the things I actually picked up on in the research as well. I'm actually going to pull up even just the number of people, and even just the number. I'm not even going to go to the homicide clearance yet, even just the number of people who are murdered. So let me see if I find one. So you will, I mean, certainly if you go to the JCF's website, I think they're very, they've been one of the leaders in terms of just putting their data out there for scrutiny. And I think that's all, you know, when people are willing to put their data out there, it speaks volume, you know, and speaks to the fact that they're less prone to hiding stuff. But if you look at the data set from the JCF, for example, for a number of years, I'm trying to find one of them here to share, but even for the murders that have been committed, you'll get on the JCF's website, for example, they'll have a number. And then when you get actual data set from the JCF, it's a whole nother number in terms of who was actually murdered. To their credit, I will say, I did ask this question, how are you having this disparity between the data that you yourself are reporting, you yourself is reporting, and they've said, well, sometimes they have to recategorize the death. So let's say John Brown died. We thought it was a suicide, right? And as they're doing further investigations and they found out now that it was not suicide, it's a murder. So you do understand that, but there's certainly some disparity, some disparities in the numbers. And I mean, I guess I would say, I would agree with you that certainly we can't put our heads on the block, our neck on the block for the data. But I'm saying even with the data that has been provided, because, right, we do have to depend on these entities to be able to give information for at least a starting point. Even sometimes that data set is questionable. So,
but Tasha, let me give you an example. It's not just the data that I don't trust. I don't trust how they collect the data. So it's one thing if they give you a number and you say, well, I don't trust this number. But then when you when you try to go behind that and say, okay, how did you get these numbers? And I'll give you a case in point. There was a gentleman who was a senior civil servant in the corrections department. According to reports, this man had no psychological issues, nothing whatsoever. He drove off a Spurtree Hill intentionally. This is what they said, to commit suicide. Right? He drove off, didn't die, got out of his car, and then went, looked for a tree, and hung himself. And they said, suicide. And we're saying, come on now, this looks like foul play. I mean, if he wanted to really commit suicide, why didn't he hang himself instead of doing all this shenanigans, trying to drive off in a car and the car crash him, come out and him go? So, and we have numerous examples like this. We have videos where they shoot people in cold blood. And then they say, yeah, these guys were committing crimes, you know, and we said, but we didn't see that on the video. And just to segue a bit, it goes to the issue of body cameras. And I don't know if you touched on that.
No, I did not.
Yeah, but first of all, body cameras was, I mean, as an investigative tool, was widely regarded and hailed as the next best thing. And then all of a sudden we hear from the Minister of National Security saying they don't serve any purpose except for traffic infractions. And then later on, I'm going to play a video where the incoming ambassador, former police commissioner, who said, no, man, this is the next best thing. And then you say, well, wait a minute, there is no cohesive response to some of these things. So how can we trust not only the data, but how they collect the data?
I didn't look at the body-worn cameras. I did see when Jamaica got, I think it was like, 100. It turned out at that same time I was doing some evaluation of body-worn camera usage here in the city of Detroit. And I will just say on that, while I know it's hailed as the next best thing, and certainly there is a place for body-worn cameras. Coming out of our own evaluation of the use of body-worn cameras here in the city of Detroit, there were a number of issues that we found relating to that. And so I think I'm saying that to say no one of these strategies is going to be all encompassing and really, right. So I think a part of your conversation about just having cohesive responses to the questions that are asked. So for example, in the city of Detroit, when we looked at the evaluation of body-worn cameras, one of the issues we found was that officers, when they got into melees, well, some of them weren't wearing the cameras as they should. So some would turn it off. But then also if they got into a melee, then the body-worn cameras would, fall off because they weren't being pinned properly. All of these other things and stories emerged that made it such where it has to be a really cohesive response to any one of the strategies that we're using. One thing I didn't mention, and I think it's worth mentioning, when I looked at just some of the comments that I got from current homicide detectives, among the concerns they had, for example, was the availability of resources. So body-worn camera being one of them. But outside of that, things like just general tools for investigation. And we've had the car story multiple times already in Jamaica about, officers' access to cars. So they talked about, not having enough cars in the station. So when they finally get to the scene is contaminated. And of course, we know in this age of citizen journalists where people are trying to take pictures of the scene before, people are trampling evidence, all of that. So before police officers get homicide detectives, just police officers get there, scenes are trampled and contaminated. So, a multitude of factors that really needs, I think, if I don't take anywhere away from this research, is that it really just needs a cohesive response to what the reform will look like for the police force in Jamaica.
Now, they understood that you were doing this research.
Mm-hmm.
Because you went all the way up to the top.
Mm-hmm.
You had interactions with them. Have they reached out to you and said, we would like to use your study in our presentation? Or have they asked you to come and do a presentation for them and others?
No, no, not at all. I mean, I've certainly had comment. I did more so because I thought even if they didn't ask, it was important that they know. So I did reach out just to let members, senior members of the JCF know what were some of the findings of my research. So they're privy to that. Obviously, I didn't present this in like a formal manner, but I certainly did reach out to let it be known what were some of the findings. And I did, especially as it relates to the mental health. I know we did talk about that. One senior member that I spoke to, she actually mentioned that there was a time when the JCF had sort of a rotation of sorts. If you were in sex crimes or just if you were in certain units, you would move like every 2 years or something. That hasn't happened in a long time, I guess, maybe because of manpower, that kind of thing. So unfortunately, officers, the burnout is real. Officers are really just having to cope and deal with the trauma just the best way they know how.
So you looked at the clear up rate, the clearance rate, but you didn't look at the conviction rate, or did you?
I did look at it just briefly, just from the standpoint of what is the United Nations Office on Drug and Crime, what do they report? And so those numbers I looked at, and those numbers actually, I had in my conversation with the JCF, just sharing, well, these are the numbers they're saying. The United Nations, actually, if you go to their website, they don't even have clearance rates for Jamaica. They only have the conviction rates, and it's really just for a few years. I think I found they collected that data in 2014, didn't collect it in 2015 or 16. They picked up again in 2017, 18, 19 to 22. So that's what they have. But not very much more out of that. So, but I did share, because honestly speaking, I don't think the JCF is very, very responsible. Like if I were going to hold someone responsible for the conviction rates, certainly the JCF has a role to play in terms of the cases they prepare for prosecution. But I think that would more so be the courts I need to talk to about, right? While we're having these slow travails.
Well, have you heard about the? I call it the consensus monitoring on crime, but it's something else. It's CMOC. It was established in 2020. Have you heard about that?
When there was a backlog.
Because what they did, what they did with that whole initiative was to, they say, was to modernize the JCF. It was to help with the judiciary. It was to help with the corrections. It was supposed to have a certain synergy to it, so that they would work in harmony, and at the same time they would modernize. They didn't use the word modernize; they used another word. But that didn't happen. It did not happen, and I don't foresee it happening anytime soon. Point I'm making is that this issue is systematic. Until they change that system, you're going to have these disparities. Until they say, all right, you know what? We can't have police officers working as hard as they do. And by the way, we do know that because some people are writing in the chat, there are corrupt police officers in Jamaica, but I believe that by and large, the overwhelming majority of them are hardworking civil servants, right? But you can't have them working, doing whatever they need to do without any supervision of the person who's going to prosecute the matter.
Right.
Because the person who's going to prosecute that matter, they have certain provisions that they need to satisfy in order to prove that a crime was committed, and that the person arrested was that person. That person who you arrested, that's the person who committed the crime. And so if you don't have that interplay, if you don't have that engagement at a very early stage, you end up with like what we have right now. We have a very low. It's low. I mean, what I heard is that the last stat I heard, it was that you stand like an 8 out of 10 chance of getting away if you commit murder. Trial level. They'll arrest people, but you're gonna get off because they're gonna mess up with the witnesses, with the evidence, with crime scene, with something. So, my calling is for a systematic change, and I hope that you're not done with your research. I hope you have that, you have the intellectual juices still flowing, and you say, look, I want to do another part to this thing. Maybe you can do another PhD. I don't know, but
well, certainly not another PhD, but definitely another part to this. So the other part to this is really, as I was going through this research, one of the things I was finding is that, right, there are a number of children in these numbers, these statistics that we're talking about, whose murders remain unsolved many, many years later. I'm sure you're familiar with the monument in Kingston. Oh God, the name escaped me just now. Jesus. It's gonna come back to me, but it has the monument, the names of children who've died fatally in Jamaica. And just trying to get an understanding is the next phase of this, is how many children in Jamaica do we have who've been murdered in the last 10 years who we still don't know, like nobody has been brought to justice for their murder. So that's the next phase of this, just looking at, first of all, an actual number. And then the ultimate goal at some point is to be able to look back, have a dedicated unit that looks back at these cases. Specifically.
That's a very good point you raise concerning children, because the stats are not properly kept. There was one lady who used to keep stats on children. She used to work in tandem with the JCF. Sadly, she passed, and I don't know if anyone has taken up the baton and her line of work, but they don't. And even in the chat right now, people are talking. Remember, we were talking, and I said that it's not just the numbers, the stats. It's also how they collect that data. And here's one case that certainly comes to mind is the gentleman who was in his bedroom, and somebody was stabbed and shot right outside his bedroom door. And he said, I didn't hear anything. I don't know anything. And there was no sign of forced entry. And today No one has been charged for that murder.
Mm-hmm.
So it brings into question again the whole thing about training.
Yeah.
And I know you spoke to some some dedicated people
Mm-hmm.
trying their best to do right by the Jamaican people, to bring justice before the court, or to exact justice from the court. But the problem is that there are far too many gaps in the system, and so until they fix that system, I think we're going to continue to have all of these problems that we're having. Now they don't want to wear the body cams. Now there is extrajudicial killings have gone up. At one point, it was one a day. So while murders committed by non-law enforcement people, while that was trending down, murders, not some murders, but extrajudicial killings, that actually went up. So I think one went down by 20-something%, and the other one went up by 70-something%. It's until they change the system, I don't know what is going to happen. Before we go, I have to ask you this.
Sorry, Secret Gardens is what I was trying to remember. Of course, it escaped me for a minute, but yeah, that's the monument in downtown Kingston that sadly ran out of space less than 10 years after it was established. So really, just looking back, I
know what you're talking about. Where they put up the names on the thing.
Yes,
on the thing. I know the one you're talking.
Yeah, and I think at the bare minimum, I think as Jamaicans, both in Jamaica and in the diaspora, I think we can all agree that just a moratorium on the lives of children, and starting there to say, right, at the very least, we should be holding people accountable for robbing the nation of its future, right? So I'm thinking that's at least a place that we can all find common ground.
Yeah, I said Don put up the lady's name, Betty Ann Blaine. Yeah, that's her name. She has Hear the Children Cry. Right. Let me see. Question. Oh, I think I know the answer to this one, but I'll ask you. Larklin is asking, are police shootings considered part of the homicide numbers?
So yes, they are considered to be part. And I started to tell you that a little bit earlier. So for example, in 2000, I'm looking at 2021 and tell Larklin or whatever you said his name is, I apologize that I didn't hear that. I'm just reporting the statistics here. So in 2021, for example, we had the data I have from the JCF is that three people were shot and killed by the police. That's what showed up in the murder.
Whoa. Say that again, please.
Yes. In 2021. So 2020, we had one person who was killed by the police that showed up in that data set from them. 3 in 2021, 5 in 2022.
No, when they said it showed up in homicide, are they saying that they prosecuted police?
No. This is the clearance rate. So sorry, I misspoke there. So this is looking at so the way the case was disposed of. So an arrest was made, right? This is so that in 2020, in 2013, for example, there were 13 confessions that led to an arrest. In 2021, 3 people were actually shot by police. So they committed a crime. It was found that they were the one guilty. Well, not guilty, but because they hadn't gone to the court, but they were the one being pursued for the police, right, for the particular crime. And those 3 of those people were shot by the police. That's how they were arrested, is what I was trying to explain. Is that clear?
No, because here's what. Go ahead. No, go ahead, please.
No. So I'm saying, so this is the data, that the arrest method data that I have from the JCF, right? It itemizes how arrests are made. So there are different categories. There's, for example, confession, posthumous arrest, question and answer, shot and killed by the police, eyewitness statement, and so on, so on, so. The list is long. So that means this is how the case was disposed of, right? This number is added to the clearance rate. So in 2021, for example, three of the people they were pursuing for whatever murder they had committed, 3 of them were shot and killed by the police. That's how they were arrested. See what I mean? Like, that's how the case was disposed of.
Right. I see what you're saying, but I think what Larkland is, well, I don't want to assume what, I don't want to think for Larkland, but what I'm thinking is that if they're saying that police shootings, well, let me rephrase. Are police shootings considered as part of the clearance rate?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's the 3 I was telling you about, right? In 2021, 3 people who were killed. That was considered to be a part of the clearing up of.
No, the clearance suggests that there was an arrest.
Well, there are different ways that an arrest is carried out.
So you can be arrested by being shot and killed.
Well, so the argument here, and again, I'm just relaying the argument. The argument here is, let's say John Brown committed a murder and they tried to go arrest John Brown and he fired shots at the police and the police returned fire and he was killed. Then that means now that an arrest has been made, right? The case has been cleared up.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So the arrest was the death.
Yes. So let that sink in.
Yeah, it's sinking in.
But again, right, it speaks to when we say things like clearance rate, right? And when we talk about the fact that the data is such that it's just, it's problematic is the word I'm going to say here.
All right. If you had to, if the police commissioner said, Tasha, you know what? Join the team. Or if you don't join if you're not part of the team, then be part of the advisory body. What's the best piece of advice you'd give him based on your research?
That it has to be, if we are truly serious about the business of ensuring the security and safety of people in Jamaica, it's going to take a much more systematic approach to doing so. It cannot be one pocket over here, another one over here, and another one over there. That can't be that we've tried that system for multiple years and it has not borne any fruits. And so at some point we have to move away from the approach that we've been using. So like you alluded to earlier, right? So in the US, for example, in many agencies in the US, the prosecutor's office is an integral part of the investigation from the very beginning. So you're letting officers know, listen, in order for this case to make it to the courts, these are the standards, right? We can't get a prosecution, we can't get a conviction if we don't reach this bar, right? And so really, that is 2 groups right there working in tandem to ensure that, we are taking people off the streets who are doing stuff that we don't want them to do. This piecemeal approach that we have going on certainly cannot continue. If we're serious about the business of,
and you know what? That's a very valid point you raise about how the system could be revamped to make investigations investigations of homicides more efficient, more effective. Instead of the DPP saying exactly what you just said, to say, because that's a problem, that's an identified problem, to say, listen, you know what, the going to court at the last minute, well, that's maybe an unfair criticism anyway, to say the last minute, but going to court to prosecute a case that has been investigated largely without our input, it can be problematic, because there are things that you can't solve once you pass a certain stage. So what we should be doing is we should be making a commitment to working hand in glove with the police department,
Yeah.
Instead of doing that, you know what she says? She says, no, we should be working hand in glove with the clerk of the court. And I'll play that video later on. I hope you watch the program, but you'll see. So I'm saying the priorities are so misplaced, and there is no central theme. Everybody has something that they're working on, and whenever they do appear to have a central theme, they don't have to buy in.
Yeah.
They have to buy in only on paper. They say, yeah, we're committed to doing this, but then you say, all right, roll up your sleeves and let's do it. They won't do it. When you mentioned about working together in tandem, somebody said this.
That won't be happening. That will not happen. That will never happen.
Well, I mean, so I guess my response would be
you can't laugh. You can't laugh, man.
My response to that would be that, right, at some point, Jamaicans will have to decide, right, if that is the response we want or if we're okay with that response, right, while our children, because I was trying to, certainly we had the Philip Powell saga a couple years ago, and certainly, right, it's always sad when any life is lost. But for the most part, it's the lives of average Jamaicans that are being lost. And so at some point, we have to decide if responses like these are okay.
Well, look, Toisha, it was my distinct pleasure to have you on. And based on what I'm seeing in the chat and what people are texting me, they enjoyed having you here today. We'd love to have you back. This is not a one-off because you are an invaluable resource into our visibility into the JCF, at least this part of it, you know, how they collate, how they arrange, how they arrive at certain statistical statistics concerning clearance.
Yeah.
There's another side to it, which is conviction.
Yeah. And that's
right. Hopefully, if you don't do it, I can get somebody who has done it or is doing it, and then I can get both of you together so we can see if there's any correlation between. And I think we have a good suspicion about the fact that there is no correlation there, you know, between the I keep calling clear up rate, the clearance rate and the conviction
rate.
Yeah, because you think that if you're clearing up 50% of the murders committed, then you should have a conviction rate reflective of that, but that's not.
That's not the case. Definitely not the case. Like I said, in 2020, for example, the conviction rate was 3.3, just under 4%. So, right, the disparity is so huge there.
Well, them love you because I'll drove like I said, we love her. Make her a 1 month visit. So
well, let's just wait until after we get the research done with the children and see what happens.
Okay. Well, look, you and I will be in touch. I want to.
Yes, for sure.
Thank you for coming. Regards to you and your family.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Take care of yourself now. Be well. All right, bye-bye. All right, folks. That was Toisha, and we heard about clearance rate, but as she said, she didn't do conviction rate, because I'm telling you, if you look at the conviction rate, it's very low, very low. And so arresting someone is just one part of it. And as we know, we all have horror stories about the wrong people being arrested, or people being arrested and the evidence is just tainted, and you cannot convict somebody on tainted evidence, you know. Or we have jury problems. We know about the jury problems, right? And in fact, we just had a case with evidence that was just corrupted, where Mr. Hugh Wildman got off a popular entertainer's son off of some murder, of at least one murder charge. So there's a lot to be done in Jamaica, and we're rolling up our sleeves. But the first thing is you have to be able to identify what the issues are. Then you address them. Similarly, they give you numbers, but you have to be able to address how did they come up with those numbers. So it's one thing to say, oh yeah, you know, we have these numbers and blah 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 blah. But then sometimes when you look behind that to see how they arrive at the numbers, you'll see that it wasn't done properly. But Toisha did a very good job, and we look forward to having her again. All right, folks. All right. Kevin is not here, but here's what, well, he's here, but he's off doing some stuff. Here's what I'd like to do. I would like to show you, we talked about the Cuban export labor problem last week. And this week, it's all over the news. All over the news. We have heard from several members of CARICOM about what they plan to do. And we've heard, we haven't heard from our Prime Minister. We have heard from the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. We have heard from the Prime Minister of Barbados. We're going to play them. And we have heard from the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We haven't heard from our Prime Minister, but we've heard from this lady.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jamaica's dancing sensation, Minister Johnson Smith, doing the drift. Let's go. Drift from the UNESCO vote. Drift from the UK prison deal. Drift from the Ukraine vote. Drift for the Moroccan fertilizer deal. Drift from the UN no vote. Drift from the Venezuela-Guyana issue. Drift from the Commonwealth election. Drift from Senator Floyd Morris. Drift from Senator A.J. Nicholson. Drift from the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Drift from working for the Jamaican people. And drift into oblivion.
Yes, there it is. She's going right there. Now, let me pull up these things here. Hold on 1 second. All right, here we go. Oops. All right. Let me pull on a couple of them. So, you know, here's another one. Where is it? Hold on 1 second, folks. Okay, here's another one. This is good. This is good experience for me. You know, when Kevin, and I think Kevin do it purposely. Kevin just leave me alone to just deal with it myself, you know. We don't have that one. All right, fine. Here we go.
This matter with the Cubans and the nurses should tell us everything that we need to know. Barbados does not currently have Cuban medical staff or Cuban nurses, but I will be the first to go to the line and to tell you that we could not get through the pandemic without the Cuban nurses and the Cuban doctors. I will also be the first to tell you that we paid them the same thing that we pay Bajans, and that the notion, as was peddled not just by this government in the US, but the previous government, that we were involved in human trafficking by engaging with the Cuban nurses was fully repudiated and rejected by us. Now, I don't believe that we have to shout across the seas, but I am prepared, like others in this region, that if we cannot reach a sensible agreement on this matter, then if the cost of it is the loss of my visa to the US, then so be it. But what matters to us is principles. And I have said over and over that principles only mean something when it is inconvenient to stand by it. Now, we don't have to shout, but we can be resolute. And I therefore look forward to standing with my CARICOM brothers. I wish I could say brothers and sisters, but brothers, to be able to ensure that we explain that what the Cubans have been able to do for us, far from approximating itself to human trafficking, has been to save lives and limbs and sight for many a Caribbean person.
real leader, real leadership, real person. You notice what she said? She said, we don't have Cuban doctors, Cuban medical professionals under the Cuban export program. We don't have them in Barbados. But she said, but I'm willing to stand on the front line for principle. She also said, principle means something when it's inconvenient to stand by it. Think about that. That's the kind of language you want to hear from your leader. Principles mean something when it's inconvenient to stand by it. A lot of people, they'll talk about principles, but when it comes time to stand up for it, they disappear. They disappear. Now, whether you agree with her or not, you have to admit that she has taken a position. And she's out front and center when she did not have to do so, because they don't have any Cuban doctors in Barbados. She said that. And she also said, we pay them the same amount of money as we pay, Bajans. Now, why am I playing this? Big up yourself, Roland. Big up. Why am I playing this? We're going to jump across and connect the dots and things like that. Because the way Kevin and I do it, sometimes it's in sequence, sometimes it's out of sequence. And sometimes when you do it out of sequence, it actually flows better. Take a look at this.
How are you? Thank you, my friend.
Well, you see what they did. They advertised that as the phone call between the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State. And we talked about the phone, it looked bogus and all of that. Because it's not a 2-3 phone, and they would not be discussing geopolitical matters on an open line. But you heard what he said in the end. Thank you, my friend. Well, Mr. Prime Minister, if you haven't heard, if your ambassador did not tell you, let me then be the first to tell you that America does not have permanent friends or allies. America has interests. And you are not an interest for them right now. You are like a millstone around their neck. You're not a friend. So this idea of friending up, that thank you, my friend, if that is the call, because that's how they advertise it, that's the phone call with Secretary of State Marco Rubio. That's the phone call. I can tell you that's not a phone call. Because a phone call from Secretary of State Marco Rubio to the Prime Minister would be something like this. Mr. Prime Minister, you were told several years ago about the relationship with China. And yet, you haven't done anything to curtail that relationship. If anything, the relationship has strengthened, and China has a firm foothold in Jamaica. It would be something along those lines. You need to do something about it. And then the Cuban one as well. It would be, you have 400 plus Cubans in Jamaica. We don't particularly like that, because we believe that there is human trafficking, there is servitude, all kinds of things going on. And again, people, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just telling you what's going on. And then you make your decision. That's how that conversation would be. Would be that you've been recalcitrant, you've been wayward. We've spoken to you about this issue before. And you didn't do anything about it. So now it's time for you to suffer some consequences. Now, what the Jamaican government has not done, hasn't come out with a firm, unambiguous, unadulterated statement. They haven't come out with something that they can say, this is our position. They haven't. You know what they've said? They've said, well, we're going to look into it. We need clarification. They don't need any clarification. I showed it last week. The press release from the State Department. It's very, very clear, people. It says that if you are involved with the Cuban labor export program, i.e., the Cuban medical professionals program, nurses, doctors, and we have more Cubans working in Jamaica, and we have 70 Cubans working in the education system, education ministry. But the things that if you are working with this program, then you are going to suffer consequences. Visas. We're going to take away your visa, people associated with this program, and we're going to take the visas of your immediate relatives. Now, let me show you something. These things, you can't make these things up. Hold on 1 second. Now, we see where the Minister of Health and Wellness is saying there's no evidence of forced Cuban labor in Jamaica. You have to understand something with geopolitics. It's one thing if you're standing up and you're saying, no, you're wrong, and we're not gonna go down that path with you. Marco Rubio did not ask him for evidence. He didn't say, you have evidence of forced Cuban labor. He didn't ask for it. He's saying there's no evidence. Minister Tufton is saying that. They didn't ask him for that. They said, you're going to send home the Cubans, or you're going to suffer some consequences. There's no wiggle room here. There's no arguing. There's no negotiation here. Let me show you something else. Here's another one. They're making contingency plans. They should have been making these plans since 2019 when this issue first surfaced. It may have surfaced before, but as far back as I went, it's 2019. And they haven't done anything regarding that. But I'm trying to, don't think I have it here. Cuban medical threat. There's one here where they're looking, they claim that they're looking for nurses and doctors to come in from elsewhere. And that, my friends, is not going to work. That is not going to work. I want to show you something that's all lies, medical servitude, forced labor designation. All right, while we're looking for that, let me show you something.
Hey, baby. Home a little catch it in the hill. Way up in West End Grill. This man said, turn it on. Hey, baby. Chewy, I miss you. Oh, my lips gonna easy. All you wanna go. So my surprise, you're right there. I wrote this line for you, baby. Oh, my little cotton green, hey, baby. I realize I love you still.
Okay, no, Kevin, hold on there. I'm gonna go back to StreamYard. Okay, let me move this. We've hold on 1 second. All right, where's that document there, Kevin? All right, this? No. This one right here. All right. All right, let me show you something, folks. Okay, here we go. Here it is. See that? Jamaica to look to Philippines, India, Nigeria after U.S. visa rules restrict Cuban doctors. And here he is again, Mr. Little Cottage in the Grill. Here he is. He said it's going to be pose a significant challenge, and there's indication that they'll be looking to Philippines, India, Nigeria, so on and so forth. Now, what does that tell you? What that tells you is that they're going to send home the Cubans. If you're looking to Philippines, India, Nigeria, because you said the U.S. visa rules restrict Cuban doctors, it says that you're bringing doctors and nurses from elsewhere. Why? Because you want to preserve your right to travel, or the privilege to travel to the United States. So now, the question is, visa or principle? Visa win all the time for these folks. And you know why visa wins all the time for these folks? Some of them have children here studying in the United States. And I'd like to ask Dr. Tufton, and he's not a real doctor, by the way. When I say a real doctor, he's not a medical doctor. He's a marketing, he has a PhD in marketing. I want to ask him, does he have any children studying in the United States now? Does he have any children studying? Does he have children studying in the United States? Does he have a child? Because children, plural. So they might find a way to escape and say, no, we don't have children. We don't have any children. We don't have children studying in the United States. Although it's a foolish argument still that they try to make. But does he have anyone in his immediate family studying in the United States? This is the gentleman whose neck is on the chopping block, you know. He's Minister of Health. At least one of the heads on the chopping block. Because if the Cubans are not sent home, then the US government is going to take action. And they're going to start with the Ministry of Health. Then they're going to move on to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Then they're going to move on to the Prime Minister. Walk like a champion, you know me. It's frightening. Okay. So it would appear as it, and then think about it. Kevin, where they thing there? The video with the hospital. The one with the hospital. Just put it there. Hold on a second, folks. Okay, here it is. Now, I'm going to show you something. When these politicians get sick, when they have surgery to be done, most of them, not all of them, most of them, where do you think they're going to go? Miami. 90 minutes away from Jamaica. They're going to go there to get their medical treatment. The Cubans leave. It is going to be a total collapse. You think any politician is going to go through this, what I'm about to show you? I think that's the Spanish Town Hospital.
Remember to keep that on your face. I'm coming to you, you and you next. Were you on oxygen?
Yeah.
All right, put it on. You next, you. I'm coming to help. Coming to help. Yes, sir.
Now, you think any politician is going to subject themselves to sitting in a hospital like these folks? It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And so what they're thinking is that I keep my visa, I can go take a week and go relax at my house in a Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Tampa, wherever. Drive my fancy car when nobody don't know about. Have my boat. Hang out with my friends, have a good time, go shopping. Have my children go to school. You think them risk that? Oh, Kevin, want me play? Oh, Kevin, all right, Kevin. Kevin, want me play this again? All right, hold on. Hold on. Nah, hear the thing that Kevin. Nah, you know, no knives. Stay with us, people. Yeah, Kevin just slice and dice the video by Mia Motley, and there's a section that he took out of it that he'd like me to play for all of you. But listen, these politicians, they're gonna sell you out. They're gonna sell you out before them give up them visas. They're going to sell you out. They are not going to take a stand. They will not take a stand. Up to now, the Prime Minister has not. In fact, you know what, Kevin, when Kevin finished with this, I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you something. Yeah, that, okay. Look it on there now, Kevin. See it, huh?
Principles only mean something when it is inconvenient to stand by it. Principles only mean something when it is inconvenient to stand by it. Principles only mean something when it is inconvenient to stand by it. Principles only mean something when it is inconvenient to stand by it.
Principles only mean something when it is inconvenient to stand by it. Let those words sink in. Sink in. Don't forget, this is the same Jamaican government that destroyed a healthy relationship that Jamaica had with Venezuela. Do not forget. And what happened? The US government ended up buying, even though they had a dispute, big dispute with Venezuela. US government ended up buying oil from Venezuela. And Jamaica was still on the back seat. Don't forget. Don't forget. So now it comes down to what are we going to do? And so far, nothing. But let me put out something about people who have spoken.
Today, I want to follow up on a story that I covered yesterday. So yesterday, I covered a story about the Caribbean leaders, that there was allegedly letters sent around to the Caribbean, to different leaders in the Caribbean, about the Cuban medical program. The Cuban medical program have been around for decades, I think over 50 years, where Cuban nurses and doctors go all over the world to work because, as we know, Cuba have some of the best medical.
Let me get down to where, let me see. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
delivery. On
Just click more. You will see the link to buy me a cup of coffee. Click the link. You can purchase 1 or 2 cups of coffee, and you'll be helping me to fulfill this mission. Thank you.
We rely a lot for our healthcare delivery on certain specialists who over the decades we have obtained from India, from the Philippines, sometimes from Africa, and mainly from Cuba. Out of the blue now we are being called human traffickers because we hire technical people who we pay top dollar equal to local rates, but we are now being accused of taking part in the program where people are being exploited. That's somebody's interpretation. And of course, there are local people here encouraging them to take away our US visas. Today, I just came back from California. And if I never there again in my life, I will ensure that the sovereignty of Trinidad and Tobago is known to its people and respected by all.
Okay, so that was the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. And as I said earlier on, there are thousands of Cuban doctors spread across the Caribbean.
I'll find another one. Okay. I don't see the one with the thing that Kevin, my boy there. Let me see all this.
Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley has joined other Caribbean community CARICOM leaders in defending the Cuban Health Brigade after the United States announced the expansion of an existing Cuba-related visa restriction policy that targets forced labor linked to the Cuban Labor Expert Program. CARICOM countries have called for a meeting with Washington.
I was looking for the one with, I'm sure most of you saw it, the one with Mr. Gonzalez from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He made it abundantly clear that he's not. Oh, here it is. Okay, here it is.
And he showed up at a PMP political rally supporting his friend Isaac Buchanan. So Isaac Buchanan was the lawyer for Vybz Kartel, popular superstar dancehall artist Vybz Kartel, and he's now running for a seat in the People's National Party, Jamaica. So Prime Minister of St. Vincent had a surprise visit to that political rally, and he spoke out against Marco Rubio and the Donald Trump administration trying to force Caribbean leaders to push their doctors, the Cuban doctors, out of the Caribbean. And this is what the Prime Minister of St. Vincent had to say.
Secretary of State of the United States of America has issued a statement that countries which are complicit in his words with trafficking in persons and exploiting Cuban professionals, the doctors and engineers who come, that those who are complicit would lose their passport, they lose their visas and their families. Now, I know we're not involved in any exploitation of Cuban workers. And I know that the Cubans are not involved either, the Cuban government. I know the arrangements. And I believe that the Secretary of State is a good and decent man. I would not say anything bad about him. I don't say things, it is not in my nature to say bad things about people unless I have the evidence. And I have no evidence. And he appears to me to be a good man. And if he knows the facts, I'm sure that he will understand that we are not involved in that. But if it is determined that you have to take away my visa and Eloise's visa, I want to say this publicly. It could be reported. I'm not looking for a fight with anybody. But we have to be honest and open. The hemodialysis which we do in St. Vincent at the Modern Medical and Diagnostic Center with these 60 persons. Without the Cubans there, I will not be able to offer that service. So, does anybody expect that I to go because I want to keep a visa, that I would let 60 persons from the poor and working people to die? It will never happen.
Okay, so that was the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines in.
So, folks, you have heard from 3 leaders in the Caribbean. You have heard from the leaders in Trinidad and Tobago, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Barbados. Jamaica is supposed to be the leader in CARICOM. Jamaica is supposed to have the biggest voice in CARICOM. And yet, we have not heard from the Jamaican government. We haven't heard from the Prime Minister. We have heard from the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. And what did she offer? She offered a very, very lame excuse. She said, we are, you know, I'm paraphrasing what she said. She said, we're coming up with a plan and CARICOM is going to meet. Let me find that video of her. Hold on one second. And I wasn't planning on playing it, but it's appropriate that I do. Let me see if, oh, wait a minute, hold on. Stay with me, folks. Stay with me. Kevin must have gone eat. Hold on. Hold on one second. Okay, here we go.
All right, so Mahiri, go ahead.
Which minister do you need?
Minister Johnson Smith.
Minister Johnson Smith, can you join me?
When I listen to this, some of you saw it last week. Hold on, let me stop this young man from asking a question. Hold on, Kevin. Let me stop him right there. I want you to pay careful attention to the question that's asked. I said this last week, but I'm going to say it again. For those of you who saw it last week, I want this to be reinforced. I want this to be seared in your head cap, in your headpiece, in your cranium. I want it to be seared in. I don't want you to forget this moment when she was asked this question. And keep in mind, people, that this issue, we have documentation going back to 2019. And we have an ambassador in the United States who should have been monitoring this. No monitoring was done. None. This question was asked last week. Here we go.
Good morning, Minister. Good morning, everyone. Happy Women's Day when it comes.
Morning.
Okay, so my question is Jamaica set to be negatively impacted by recent U.S. policy that's concerning the Cuban labor export program? I know that there was a recent CARICOM meeting regarding the matter. Is there any update in terms of how it's going to affect the region and how it's going to affect Jamaica?
Okay. The statement that was issued by the State Department is, I believe that's the point of reference for your question.
First of all, I'm no disrespect, but take a good look at this minister. She has, it would appear to me that she's had a lot of sleepless nights. If you go back and it could be work related. If you go back and you look at her like just a year or two ago, she's in deep water. She's in an untenable situation, a situation that she cannot manage. And we have example after example of diplomatic errors, diplomatic snafus committed by her and her staff. And so she's under a lot of pressure. She's learning on the job, even though she's been on the job for quite some time now. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, she's the longest serving foreign minister. But she just can't seem to get it right. She just cannot seem to get it right. So apart from her physical appearance, I want you to think, listen, and think about her answer. Because this is a question that she should have anticipated. And yet, when it was asked, no answer. Let me go back. So you listen to the question.
Minister, do you need?
Minister Johnson Smith.
Minister Johnson Smith, can you join me?
Good morning, Minister. Good morning, everyone. Happy Women's Day when it comes.
Morning.
Okay, so my question is Jamaica set to be negatively impacted by recent U.S. policy that's concerning the Cuban labor export program? I know that there was a recent CARICOM meeting regarding the matter. Is there any update in terms of how it's going to affect the region and how it's going to affect Jamaica?
Okay. The statement that was issued by the State Department is, I believe that's the point of reference for your question.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So Jamaica's had quite a long history of participation in the Cuban Medical Cooperation Program. And in fact, that's replicated throughout the Caribbean. So this statement was received with some concern. We have been reaching out to get more information, to get greater clarity. I don't think I would be incorrect in saying that all of the members of the CUF Corps have reached out to their U.S. counterparts or their U.S. contacts at different levels, as I have. And there is, I believe we anticipate some more information to come, greater clarity as to what is anticipated. In the meantime, the Jamaican government is also examining the operation of our system. We have over 400 participants from the Cuban medical program at different levels, doctors, nurses, biomedical engineers, technicians. So their presence here is of importance to our healthcare system. So as soon as we get more information, there is an engagement planned in short order with the CARICOM foreign ministers, the members of the CUF Corps. And we also, I think, are anticipating that the U.S. embassies across the region will get additional formal information. And at that time, we should be better able to navigate the potential impact and the way forward.
Look on her.
And I think we have a...
She can't answer the question. She can't answer the question, Kevin.
But you see, that lets people understand why it is that Jamaica is looking to Asia and Africa for doctors.
Mm-hmm.
Because that answer cannot be given to this young man's question as it relates to this issue. She has not been able to answer. Minister of Health has not been able to answer. The Prime Minister cannot make a statement. All of these individuals come to the US regularly.
Yep.
I don't have to have seen them. You don't have to have seen them. We know this.
Yeah. Hey, I'm getting text messages from people who have seen them and their family members here.
Okay.
Have homes here. They have second homes here. So
okay.
No, go ahead.
So, and that explains exactly why it is that they can't make a statement.
Mm-hmm.
And that explains why it is why this thing will drag out. And what will end up happening is the same thing that we see happen time and time again when things are dragged out. All it needs to do is be dragged out for 10 days because they're a 9-day wonder.
Right. You know, absolutely correct. So when was the last time anybody heard anything about the same-sex couple? You remember the same-sex couple that Jamaica said we're not letting them in? I want to notice, and America said, well, if we don't get them in, guess what? Audrey Marks and the other the CGs, they're going home. And if you notice, you're not, and no journalist followed up on it. Nobody no follow up and say what really happened. Did the US back down? Or did Jamaica capitulate and say, fine, bring the person, but just make it quiet? We know bring the people in. We know you're not more about that. But here's what she said. She said, we need more information. We need clarification from the US. Lady, I don't know. Look, she's supposed to be a bright person, but she's making me lose faith in her ability to think matters through. I'm losing faith in a rapid fire way. And I'll tell you why, Kevin, because when she says that we need, what you say? We need more information. Yeah, and because they have to clarify. Here's why you have to clarify nothing. See it right here. So what the US government said. There's no clarification necessary. Today we announced by the way, man, put up the date. See the February 25th. Today, we announced the expansion of an existing Cuba-related visa restriction policy that targets forced labor linked to the Cuban labor export program. This expanded policy applies to current or former Cuban government officials and other individuals, including foreign government officials. You hear me? Liquor Beach and the Liquor Cottage and the wait name? Negril. Yeah, you hear? Minister Kamina Johnson Smith. Prime Minister, one of them are talking and I'm saying, including foreign government officials who are believed to be responsible for. I want to figure the authorization for this contract go through for them people that come are involved in the Cuban labor export program. And remember now, people missed the party, I know, Kevin. It says Cuban labor export program, particularly Cuba's overseas medical missions, meaning that there are other parts to the program. There are other employees who are not in the medical sector, like, for example, those in the educational sector, and we have 70 of them assigned to the Ministry of Education. They are involved too. Them count them. And so people say, oh, it's the doctors and the nurses. No, it's any Cuban who come under the Cuban labor export program. Any Cuban that there was an agreement between the Jamaican government and the Cuban government. Any Cuban. They're subject to that agreement is subject to this policy, and it says the department has already taken steps to impose visa restrictions on several. Let me see what else it says.
Well, the part of the families is right. That's what.
Which part? That thing.
That was where you left from.
Okay. Oh, yeah. This policy also applies to the immediate family of such persons. So if you are a minister in Jamaica, it's not only your visa going to go if the Cubans them stay, if the Cubans them stay, but if you have people studying, immediate family members studying, are living in America, them have a visa, them have. And by the way, a green card is a visa. It's called an immigrant visa. That can go too. Right? So they might think about themselves when they talk about, oh, we're going to explore options about getting people from elsewhere across the globe to come to Jamaica. Well, that's a clear signal that they must say, boy, Cubans and better go home. No, there is that voice that Jamaica used to have in a CARICOM. CARICOM not trust Jamaica. Only remember, say CARICOM agreed that that they would support Baroness Patricia Scotland for the Secretary General of the Commonwealth. Don't forget that. And Jamaica said, no, after there was a consensus, and Jamaica said, we want Kamina Johnson Smith to be that person. And it caused a rift. Don't forget, say, when we did the UN, we have vote for the humanitarian aid for Gaza. And remember, say, Jamaica helped craft the thing. Jamaica spoke about it on the floor, and then when it was time to vote, Jamaica's vote was noticeably, I wouldn't even say absent. It was not coming. It wasn't forthcoming, because the gentleman who is the ambassador to the UN, he was sitting there waiting to hear from Kamina Johnson-Smith and others, Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith and others, and that word did not come. So CARICOM not trust Jamaica. You see what CARICOM do now? CARICOM come out, you know. Some of the players them come out already and say, hey, listen, we're not giving up our, we're not, if it means that we have to give up the visa, in order to get, well, if it means that we have to give up our visa by keeping the Cubans, we're not keeping the Cubans. We're not giving up our visas. We want our visas. That's what the Jamaicans actually, that's a message they might transmit. Other people have said, if it means we have to let the Cubans go, we're not giving up our visas because they're staying. They're staying. So, Reggae Girl, you ask a question. What are the repercussions of the return of those Cuban healthcare? It means that Jamaica's healthcare system is going to look
significantly worse than it is now.
Well, let me close this, Kevin, and put this up there. We can close this?
Yeah, man.
It's going to look worse than this. That's what's going to happen. It's going to look worse than this. I was told that when you go to the hospitals, Kevin, you have a 50% chance of being seen by a Cuban doctor.
I'm coming to you and you next. Were you on oxygen?
A 50% chance
You next. You.
to be seen by a Cuban doctor.
Coming to help.
No, go on then. Go bring up something.
But you know what? I wonder if
let me tell you now with the 400 Cuban doctors them there. Let me tell you now with them there. The 400 Cuban doctors. This I got this from a source, the Ministry of Health, right? And so at the moment there are 400 medical professionals from Cuba in Jamaica, mainly nurses, pediatricians, general surgery, internal medicine, ophthalmology, gynecology, hematology, oncology, orthopedics, rheumatology, pediatric surgery, neurology, pathological anatomy, imaging, optometry, medical physics, pharmacology, gastroenterology, radiotherapy, biomedical engineers, and general practitioners. You know what specialties them cover in Jamaica? Them cover all of them specialties there. And we still have, oh wait there. And we still have this. So just think when them gone, what happen. Just think.
Remember to keep that on your face. I'm coming to you and you next. Were you on oxygen?
Yeah.
All right, put it on.
When we're done with that video, we have another video for sure now.
I'm coming to help. Coming to help.
Actually, the man have water, so bring him in water. You see that, Kevin? Man have 2 bottles of water, so right next time. See you next one. Yeah. Look on these people. Let me stop it there. People, this is not what you think of as a developing country. Now, remember, Jamaica have a plan, Vision 2030. Said that by 2030, we're supposed to be a developed nation. We're developing now. Now, tell me if this is a developing nation. And remember now, we have 400 Cuban specialists there. And should they leave, Reggae Girl, this situation I'm about to show you is going to get worse. Total collapse.
Oh, God. I don't know wait for bed if you go admit and can't get no bed. Sleep in hospital. Jesus Christ.
I want to see though, I want to see. Maybe alright. I'll be if me not go home tomorrow. Or you have to go home lazy.
Okay, now let me show you something else. Somebody asked the question, where is it? Candy Max, how do the Cuban doctors get paid? Do the islands pay the Cuban government or the doctors are paid straight from the respective governments? All right, here we go. See this? Here are some facts about it. 549, 290 come in for COVID-19. Cumulative, they have over 2,000 since 1976, and that it's active. Here's the agreement. And you see who signed it? Agreement signed at Jamaican's Ministry of Health and Well-Being. So, Mr. Little House on the little cottage in the grill, your visa upon the chopping block. Here it is. The technical agreement, cooperation agreement was 1976. It was first signed. Now, you ask about whether or not who paid them. I'm going to show you. Here it is. Kevin, I don't know why that thing always give me a problem. You know? It is right there. It says Cuba's medical collaboration with Jamaica began in 1976. First sentence. First one. Now, who paid them? Come down and you see how who paid them. Look right there, so. See that? Each worker earns $650 per month, or 37% of the 1,732 that Jamaica pays Cuba. Jamaica pays Cuba. Let me remove that. So there it is. Jamaica pays Cuba. It's not free. It's not free.
So can we define exploitation? Because that's the argument that is used by Rubio and the administration.
Right.
That it is exploitation of Cuban workers. Yes?
Right.
So if they're being exploited, is it that they're underpaid or not paid? And if they're underpaid, if they were practicing in their country, are they getting less when they practice in Jamaica or anywhere else in the Caribbean based on this agreement?
Well,
based on this agreement, they're getting the same that they would get in Cuba.
I don't know. They get 37% of what the Jamaican government pays. According to this, they're getting 37% of what the Jamaican government pays the Cuban government per worker. So they're getting 37% of that. Now, the question is, how do they get paid? The Jamaican government pays the Cuban government, and then the Cuban government will pay. They do not get paid directly from the Jamaican government. It's paid from Jamaican government to the Cuban government. And I've been told that if you want to see what the Cuban doctors are doing to maintain a certain lifestyle, to live in Jamaica, go to some of the hotels on the North Coast, because they're there moonlighting as
bartenders. These doctors.
They're moonlighting, doing all kinds of jobs, because this is what I've been told. Now, I don't want to get into the politics of it, because people could argue that, well, that's not exploitation, because at the end of the day, think about it, the Cuban government sent these people to school for free. So it's like they invested in them, and so now there's a return on the investment. And at the same time, they're providing valuable humanitarian services. I don't want to get into that argument. My argument is simply this. What is Jamaica's stance on this policy from the US? That's my only query. What is Jamaica's stance?
But watch my thought pattern now as it relates to this, but it goes beyond this. We collectively in the Caribbean have had talk of a Caribbean community for a long time. Correct?
Correct.
We have gravitated more so to the United States for various things. Many of us, like myself, have even migrated to the United States. Now, if we were to actually see this as a moment to collectively come together and now actively move towards this Caribbean community, we would have a Caribbean Court of Appeals. We would have a Caribbean market that we trade amongst each other. We would have a Caribbean currency throughout the Caribbean, not just the Eastern Caribbean, which last time I checked, it was doing very well against the United States dollar. Please correct me if I'm wrong, listeners. We would have, at this point, with all of those things in place, we already have the University of the West Indies, which serves the Caribbean and serves them well. So if anybody can think of Oakwood in 1927, many people know it as Black Wall Street. This is what the Caribbean would become. And the kind of position that Jamaica had sat in for a long time, as the Caribbean looks to Jamaica as one of the leaders of the Caribbean, we'd be in good stead. Am I off with my thought pattern? I don't know. Somebody can help me. I'm not in politics, so maybe it's just a utopian dream. But this is like almost a gift. I don't know. So let's go ahead. We can do it. Make we cut ties then. Because if our doctors are not coming from the United States, the doctors that are helping in Jamaica are not coming from the United States. We're not getting the funding from the United States to make our hospitals better. And if we're getting it, then we're not using it. So why we're not building at home? It's the same thing that making our farmers suffer in Jamaica when we can get goods from our farms in Jamaica. We're just so foreign-minded. We're gone foreign.
No,
It's away from somebody living in the foreign. But
so Candy Max was asking, that's US dollars, Candy Max, the numbers I just gave. And D. Marie is asking, has the contract been adjusted to 76? Yes. And let me go back to the document and show you. Hold on. Okay, here it is. There it is. That's US dollars. It's so what they're saying here is that, and I think this is coming from the Cuban side. Yeah, this is coming from. Oh, somebody asked if the Cuban doctors are complaining. Yes, quite a few of them complained, and quite a few of them they sought refuge and they were granted asylum. And a few of them also sued. But here's what it's saying. It's saying they get $650 per month. That's what the Cuban government is giving them. But the Cuban government collects $1,732 from the Jamaican government. So they get less than half. They get less than half. And you had asked about
37%.
Yeah, 37%. Yeah, you were asking about here it is, the agreement. If you look right at the right here, above additional information, you see the technical cooperation agreement. That's the first one, was in 1976. And if you look at the top of that document, it said most recent agreement. So it has been adjusted. Oops. Hold on.
You just went up a little bit too far, that's all.
See there? Yeah, and it's for 5 years. So it started. So this new one that they're working on, at the time, it was 2015 and it was for Pfizer, so it's 2020. So they have a new one now. But the first one was in 1976.
What happened? What happened come 2020? We had COVID-19.
And then they send, look right here. Look what they said about COVID right here. Hold on.
But we hear Mayor Motley talk about COVID, COVID-19.
290, they had 290 for COVID-19. They sent 290. So, you know, this people, and there's so much more, there's so many angles that we can look at this. But I just want you to understand, my people, that our government is a wishy-washy government. They're straddling the fence. You have to make a decision. Make a decision. I'm not telling them that they should jump to the left or jump to the right. I'm saying you cannot stand on the fence. You have to make a decision for the people of Jamaica. Now, here's what it means. It means that if they said we're sending home the Cubans, and we send home the Cubans, so we keep our visas, the system is going to collapse. The system is going, because you have 400 medical professionals leaving, and we cannot replace them. At least not that fast. We can't replace them. And somebody was asking, does it mean that it means that it's the new agreement, or the ones who are there right now, their grandfathered in? No. The ones who are there are not grandfathered in. But the US government is saying, you are involved in human trafficking and servitude because these doctors are not getting paid what they should pay. You're actually propping up the Cuban government, and the Cuban government is making millions per year off of the money that you're giving them that they're not giving to these doctors. Now, as I said before, there's an argument that, wait a minute, the Cuban state, it paid for these people's education. It was an investment. And they're saying, so we're collecting on our investment, plus we're doing a humanitarian service to mankind. People have made that argument. I don't get involved in the political argument at all. All I'm questioning is, where does the Jamaican government stand on this issue? Where? We haven't heard from Jamaica, and Jamaica is supposed to be a leader in CARICOM. You know, we're run up a mountain. And if you remember, when Venezuela and Guyana had that land dispute because of oil, where was Jamaica? Jamaica wasn't there. Jamaica, you know what the Honorable Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith said? That's an Eastern Caribbean thing, and we're focused on Haiti. Ask her now.
But did nothing about Haiti.
Ask her. So people, you know, it's tough already to see a doctor in Jamaica. And so it's up to the Jamaican government now to decide whether they want their people to live like this, or they want their people to live like this.
Hey, baby. Home a little catchy in the hill. Way up in West End Grill. This man said,
but I have a strong suspicion, people, that if we said we want the latter, we want to be on the beach and having fun and healthy, I suspect that privately, this is what
that won't be happening. That will not happen. That will never happen.
That will never happen. We will not be healthy, wealthy, living in a country of prosperity and hanging out on the beach. First of all, we don't even have access to the beach. So that will never happen. Go ahead, Kevin.
But so again, you know, all kind of things go on in my head sometimes. If we do away with the Cuban doctors, and again, we establish that is just our elite and politicians that really would benefit, because a lot of Jamaicans, the average Jamaican, first of all, can't afford the visa. And if they do get the visa, struggle to get the airfare to go to foreign. So we understand that. But there's also other things that are going on with this administration. Are they saying to Jamaica, yo, we want China out, So here we see another move to squeeze the testes a little tighter.
Yes.
Because where else do they have us? In Jamaica. If not there.
No, you're right. You're right. And again, people, this goes to your diplomatic acumen. It goes to how you're able to maneuver the minefield of diplomacy, because it's a minefield. You have to know what you do. You have to know what you're doing. How do you gain respect from your counterparts? Or as OT said, weakness. Them see as weak and, all fluff, all talk, but nothing. Here's another thing. I suspect that the Cubans will be told to leave, because you know why? I believe that the US government has a lot of dirt on our politicians. The head cook and buckle washer. All of the people who make decisions. I believe that there is a lot of dirt. And all they have to do is just call a meeting with those people and say, hey, here's a video I want you to look at this. Or here's a wire transfer. I want you to look at this wire transfer. Because right now you're facing prosecution in the United States. And I think once that they do that, what they're going to do is say, let us do it slowly, and we don't want any fanfare. We don't want the public to know about it, but we will quietly let them go. I suspect that that is what is going to happen. If Jamaica ever come out and say, I bet my last dollar, if Jamaica ever come out and say, we not letting no Cubans, if they ever stand up like this lady, hold on then. You move her, Kevin.
Which one?
Two of them, this one, she this? Yeah.
Only means something when it is inconvenient to stand by it.
Yes, indeed. Well, on, let me find the other one. Wait there. Let me find the other one now. Okay. If wait there, Kevin, it disappeared from me.
You never
no, Sita. If our prime minister think him bad, if him think if a film clothes him away and no borrow clothes, if him have the gumption, if him have the courage, if him have the dedication to the Jamaican people, him have love for the Jamaican people, if all of the things when him come out and talk about him a lead and him all that, if him think him bad, like my Virgin Tigo that say, I nasi, or I can't see, or I nasi. We are going to find out. Make him come out. No, make him come out and talk like this lady here. Make him come out and talk like this lady. Hold on.
This matter with the Cubans and the nurses should tell us everything that we need to know. Barbados does not currently have Cuban medical staff or Cuban nurses, but I will be the first to go to the line and to tell you that we could not get through the pandemic without the Cuban nurses and the Cuban doctors. I will also be the first to tell you that we paid them the same thing that we pay Bajans, and that the notion, as was peddled not just by this government in the US, but the previous government, that we were involved in human trafficking by engaging with the Cuban nurses was fully repudiated and rejected by us. Now, I don't believe that we have to shout across the seas, but I am prepared, like others in this region, that if we cannot reach a sensible agreement on this matter, then if the cost of it is the loss of my visa to the US, then so be it. But what matters to us is principles. And I have said over and over that principles only mean something when it is inconvenient to stand by it. Now, we don't have to shout, but we can be resolute. And I therefore look forward to standing with my CARICOM brothers. I wish I could say brothers and sisters, but brothers, to be able to ensure that we explain that what the Cubans have been able to do for us, far from approximating itself to human trafficking, has been to save lives and limbs and sight for many a Caribbean person. It only means something when it is inconvenient to stand by it.
Indeed. Here's one way them can get around the problem. Here's one way to get around it. You get around it if you pay the doctors directly, because then you're not paying it to the Cuban government. But the problem is the agreement says you must pay the Cuban government. So you'd have to renegotiate and say, listen, we are going to, the $1,000 whatever dollars we pay to the government of Cuba, we are going to pay it directly to the doctors who are here providing the service. You will avoid the problem if you do that. I know Jamaica's dead and them have to come on, but I just want to show you something. Marco Rubio is no stranger to this, people. As we put up last week, Marco Rubio has been fighting this issue for a very, very long time. And we know his politics, right? Whether you agree or you disagree, he's a known entity. And we should not forget that he and this gentleman now who's soon to be a jailbird, Mr. Bob Menendez out of New Jersey, the one who them catch with collect money and do all kind of stuff. They put a bill before Congress. Here's the bill right here. You can go look it up. Here it is. Here's the bill that they put up there having to do. Look at what it says. See right there, so. To respond to international trafficking of Cuban medical professionals by the government of Cuba and for other purposes. This was 2020. I think this was 2020 they did this. So this is not something that just happened. This is something that's been in the works for quite some time. So how is it that our ambassador couldn't convey this to our people so that when they renegotiated, they could have said, listen, you know what? To avoid this, we'll pay the Cuban doctors directly. Because remember, this agreement was renegotiated back in 2020, I believe. Why is it that they didn't do that? Because you know what happened? We're too busy. I got the hoity-toity function them, and we're too busy. I try networking. We're too busy. I do all of them like a fool thing instead of buckling down and working for the benefit of the people. If I were the ambassador, I would be on the hill every day or have somebody on the hill every day. And every bill that had something to do with the Caribbean, I would make it my business to know about it. And particularly if it would affect Jamaica. Me have to know, because then when I know, I have to brief my minister and say, Minister, this is coming down the pike, so you need to tell the Prime Minister and the Cabinet. That is what you're supposed to do. But the minister got caught out by that young man who asked the question. She got caught out and looked foolish and looked like she didn't have no sense of what was going on. Jamaics, if you're there, brethren, let me see you. We're ready, nephew. We're ready for you. We have some, see me. The intellectual one, the bright one, the young one. Listen, folks, we have some announcements to make. We're going to shift from the Cuban thing.
You're muted now. You're muted now, Jamaica.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good evening and blessings to everybody. And I hope, Uncle, you're on your best behavior, I'm asking you, Sir Stu, keep it together, But I want to say blessings to everybody. And I love the conversation. And we want to remind the Jamaican people that the Cuban has served us well over the years. And also from education, we're talking about also healthcare. We're talking about construction. Remember the Jose Marte High School in Spanish Town. Also remember the Garvey Maceo. And we have to stand beside our Caribbean brothers. So I love the conversation, learning a lot. And just want to remind Jamaican people that in July 4th, 1973, CARICOM was created by 4 different countries. We have Mr. Forbes Burham from Guyana. We have Mr. Errol Williams, I think, from Trinidad.
Eric Williams. Eric.
Say, there you go.
Mm.
Michael Manley. So we have to stand with our Caribbean brothers, just to remind everybody. And we want to know where's the Prime Minister's position on this matter. It's a very important matter. And if it's a case that you continue to dodge these things, you don't know what are the implications, or you don't know what are the spin-off. And we don't want Jamaicans to be taking leadership in their own hands, because it can be dangerous. But apart from that, I want to tell people that yes, we have confirmation for our reconnection, resensitization, and we'll also have our diaspora members, family members on the ground. Go ahead, Uncle.
Hold on 1 second. Let me just say that to the people who said that we have been talking and we haven't been doing anything. Remember, I started out the program by saying, take a hard look at yourself in the mirror and ask yourself this question. I am asking those people, what are they doing to address the issues they're raising? What am I doing? Am I just questioning them, but not putting in the effort as well? And so I want people to understand that the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, we've been noticeably quiet, but we have been working. We have been working, and there are some things that we're going to announce tonight, and one of them will be announced by my nephew here, JAMAICA'S. Go ahead, sir, please.
Thank you ever so much. Let me tell you, it's not just talk, we're substance. And I can tell you that we're feeling it, and it is going to be shown and be seen live and live in color, where we're going to reconnect with our roots, and we have the kids coming out, enjoying themselves, the family there as well, and we're going to learn together, and we're going to ensure that we set the foundation for a better tomorrow. I'm asking you again, are you ready? And we have more information coming, so we look forward for your contribution, whether it be body kind, anything that you can contribute. It will be going for a change for Jamaica, and we already appreciate you just being here, listening to the information, playing your part. And I hope you're liking the video, and I hope you're sharing it. And when the conversation is done right here, bring it in your home, bring it in your bring it on the street, bring it in your workplace, just to talk that we are actually doing something for Jamaica. So we have more information coming. I'm sorry that I'm not with you all day today, but as the family members are already here making the work done, and we're feeling it. So thank you ever so much, and we'll do more update. Uncle, thank you, and blessings to you. Blessings to you, Kevin Stew. Auntie Opal, freedom, everybody. Bless up yourself.
All right. Take care of yourself now. All right. Folks, yeah, we are in the process of planning a major event in Jamaica. Major event. And it's going to be non-political, and it's going to be a family event. And we're going to have entertainment. We're going to have a discussion. But the discussion will be through the lens of civics. We are going to teach our people how to take certain actions under the Constitution and under the laws of Jamaica. We don't agree with the Constitution and laws, we'll take them for change, but we are going to teach people, what does it mean to be a Jamaican? How can I make a contribution to the development of my country? And this event is going to be the first of its kind. As my nephew said, it's a reconnection to our roots. We are going to mix up and blend up everybody, the people here, the people over there, so the people there, so people at Jamaica, everywhere, and we're going to come together. We'll come together. Where JAMAICA'S not telling us that he's working right now, getting some things together. He was at a location today and he's getting some things together. And next week, Saturday, we will be able to give you more information. This event is planned sometime in May. We will have the firm date next week. We'll have a firm date, and we will be able to tell you how you can contribute to this effort, how you can play a role in this effort. And when I say contribute, it's not only financial. Yes, the money is important because without the money, you can't get certain things done. But we're going to need your help to make this event and historic as we see it right now. Never been done in the history of Jamaica, but it will be done this year, God willing. I don't think I need to say anything more because nephew out there run up and down and I do some things, and we have some other people on the ground doing some other things. And we were supposed to start asking for contributions this week, but I think I'm going to put it off until next week when we have full details and we can lay it out to you. Then you will understand what we're trying to do. But believe me, it is going to be it'll be half the I them said half the chain. I saw them say Kevin half the chain or half the hook or whatever them say it'll be.
Half the chain.
Yeah, the chain, because this is a family event. We are talking about children, youngsters, teenagers, young adults, the elderly, everybody we are asked to come out. And we don't care what political stripe you wear. The issues that we will be raising, these issues will affect everybody. They're affecting everybody right now.
They're Jamaica issues.
It's a Jamaica issue. It's not a political issue. It's a Jamaica issue. And we're also started outreach already to civil society, people of goodwill. And we're saying if the political parties want to join us, they can come, but it's not a political event. So there are certain things, there are certain rules that we will have. Yeah, Hurricane Hattie off the charts. Yeah, it will be off the charts. Yeah, thanks. What half the hook, and off the chain, sure, whatever. It got big. It got turn up. Put it away there. Right?
Over.
No, it'll turn up. Yeah. I have another announcement. We are planning a symposium consisting of what they call it, citizen journalist. So it means if you're a blogger, vlogger, whatever, and we will also have people from mainstream media as well. We're going to get everyone together, or whosoever will might come. We're going to try and get everyone, and it's going to be about the issues. But we're going to spend this much time on the issues because we discuss the issues every day. We know what the issues are. So we're going to spend this much time on the issues just to crystallize them for you. So you see them right now, so you know what we're talking about. But we're going to spend this much time on them, Cam.
Yeah.
On solutions. Yeah, on solutions. And the solutions, we're not talking about pie in the sky. We're talking about solutions like the one the OJLDF is planning for Jamaica. Things that we can do. We're going to be realistic about the things that we can do. We welcome, we invite all. We will consider all of the possible solutions, but the ones that are viable, the ones that we can accomplish, those are the ones we're going to focus on. So all of the people who say, well, not talk, I'm not do nothing, I'm asking you to join us. Give us your idea, because only when we unite as a people we can move forward. If everybody is looking out for him or herself, as a group, as a race, no progress. There is strength in unity. There is strength in unity. So stay tuned for that. And there's another one. We have that event in Jamaica, and we have the symposium that we're planning. There's another one. We'll get to it. But back to this Cuban thing here, because we have a half hour before we're joined by Miss Calder, and she's going to walk us through ATIs and show you how you can obtain information from the government of Jamaica. But in the meantime, while we're waiting on that, a story that happened over the last 2 or 3 days of interest to us is that former police commissioner Anthony Anderson was selected to be the next Jamaican ambassador to the United States, and Ambassador Audrey Marks was sworn in to the Jamaican Senate. No, that's a whole big topic, because what we have here, and I've spoken to friends of mine who served and are serving in the Jamaican Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and they've told me that this is the worst appointment ever in that ministry. Worst. This man has a history of failure. We talk about the people. Wait on him. Let me get to it. Kevin, put up the thing there for me where Joan put up the schedule.
Oh,
I don't see it. Yeah. This gentleman that they put up here, that they're putting up to come to the United States. I remember I had spoken about it a while back, saying he was coming, and he didn't come when we thought he was coming. Well, now he's coming for sure. This man is a huge failure. Huge failure. This man knows nothing about diplomacy. Put it this way. Ambassador Audrey Marks knows very little about diplomacy. And this man knows even less.
And him know less.
Yeah. This man knows even less. This is going to be a doozy when he gets here. He might be here already. But let me tell you about this gentleman. Oh, you put up Jones thing? You know,
yeah, man.
Weird.
This is
right,
where
cover. I couldn't see it. All right, hold on there. All right, let me skip to. All right, this is one of the things that we do around here. Never worry about who will be offended if you speak the truth. Worry about who will be misled, deceived, and destroyed if you don't. And you, my people, are my responsibility. I cannot sit here and let you be misled, deceived, and destroyed. You're not going down that path as long as Rattigan is here. That's my solemn pledge to you. So those of you who are offended because I'm speaking the truth, I could care less. I care about my people in terms of making sure that they're not misguided, misled, deceived, bamboozled by some politician or some civil servant. That's my job. Here's the Peter principle. They said, it's a principle that people are promoted until they reach the level at which they are incompetent. Incompetent. This is what's going on with Mr. Anthony Anderson. Here it is. People are promoted based on tenure or their success in a previous role, irrespective of their capacity to excel in the new position. What do I mean by that? Only remember Chief of Defense Anthony Anderson. He was Chief of Defense in the JDF from 2010 to 2016. By all accounts, the man is a good soldier. Some people might disagree, but by all accounts, by most accounts, he's a good soldier. Was a good soldier. Then in 2016, he was promoted. He became the first, and as far as we know, the only national security advisor to the Prime Minister and the Parliament. First and only. What did he do there? He failed. He was supposed to set up the architecture, the security architecture, the national security architecture to deal with crime, protect borders, all of that. Our borders are like a sieve. Everything passed through. We were supposed to be doing monitoring at the ports. Illegal and legal. None of that happened. People flying upon aircraft like it a go to style, crash land and
disappear.
Disappear. More than once. More than once. We have the video them, you know. But in the interest of time, we come back to it another time. This man is a failure. So then in 2018, what happened? The Prime Minister said, you know what, I'm going to make you the police commissioner. So the Police Services Commission said, all right, fine, we'll give him the work. So 2018 to 2024, he was police commissioner. And if you recall, if there's one defining moment, Kevin, about this man and the Peter Principle, was when he was at a function, a joint, it's a government and private sector initiative to fight crime. And Miss Kitty asked him a question. And the question was, and I'm paraphrasing, Mr. Police Commissioner, what can the people in Jamaica and diaspora do to help you to deal with the crime issue in Jamaica? And he started out saying, well, I'm not wearing my police commissioner hat right now. That says it all, people. That says it all. That says it all. Peter Principle, he succeeded in the military, and then they move him to National Security Advisor. He failed, and then they move him to Police Commissioner. He failed, and then when they move him to lead something called the Disaster Management Review Committee. Disaster Management Review Committee. He's the head of it from 2024 to this year. And what was that supposed to do?
What him do?
Yeah, they said that was supposed to bolster Jamaica's preparedness for natural and man-made disasters. As if we don't have agencies there to do that. He's there to bolster Jamaica's preparedness for man-made and natural disasters. We already have this. We already have that in place. And that was what they put in place.
Those agencies, he was getting those agencies to work together.
It's crazy. It's crazy. This man needs to go and work for a living. He has been on the public dole from him in the Mosina Cadet or whatever. Him not have a regular job. Look at it. Him being in the military almost all I'm not in my adult life. Then him going a National Security Advisor. Then him a Police Commissioner. Then him a lead the Disaster Management Review Committee. And now he's ambassador with no experience. None. You know, sometimes you must cherish what you have, you know. And I'll tell you why. We used to cuss out Minister Morgan. We used to cuss him out. Me hear him not like me, no, but Minister Morgan, me not have nothing against you. But we used to disparage him. And rightly so. Because he was failing. He wasn't doing what he was supposed to do. But certain things he was a professional about. He was a professional about explaining what he didn't do that he should have done. He was a professional with that. And then who did we get? Dana Morris Dixon. If we thought we couldn't do worse than Minister Morgan, we did. And now we have Ambassador Marks that we've been complaining about. We've been complaining about her. And now she's replaced by somebody who is a neophyte in the diplomatic world. He doesn't have the requirements to do the job in Washington, D.C. And I sit here and I predict to you that he's going to fail. He's going to fail. Remember, he came here with the Prime Minister and them talk about how them bring names of dons in America who sending weapons to Jamaica and them going to this and them going to that. And what has happened since? What? Nothing. Nothing has happened. So, I'm telling you people, this government has made it its business to try and fit square pegs in round holes. And them, it's just not working. And them continue to do it. They just continue to do it.
Well, Ratty, if there's anything that this government has demonstrated, it's consistency.
Exactly. Right. I agree with you.
So let it not be said that they were inconsistent.
Yeah, they're consistently putting wrong people in positions. They're consistently. Look at Juliet, the minister, junior minister Juliet Cuthbert Flynn.
Successful on the track field.
Oh, no doubt. She get what? Silver medal, gold medal, or whatever. She get a medal. But what she do now, she not get no medal for. She not forget no medal for this. In fact, them shall take away our medal. Them shall say, you know what? You're so terrible at your job that we'll take back the medal we win at the Olympics. We'll take it back. In fact, they should not put her in that position. Then put her inside the field. That's wicked of the Prime Minister. How can you put a woman like, how can you put somebody like this with no experience? You put her there with Dr. Chang who have no experience and you tell them, run one of the most significant ministries in Jamaica. And as for the Ambassador Audrey Marks, remember, she started telling people, oh, it's the people only in Miami because the U.S. government to have the threat at the travel advisory. The travel advisory. Stupid can you get? How stupid can you get? You don't make them kind of statements because first of all, it's not true. And second of all, you don't even make that public. You want that or something where you do, you know, when you have your friends and move off a little cocktail or whatever, and you just say, oh, them boy there, whatever, you know. But you don't come out and say that in the public square.
But that's the ideal place to say it when you are in a country that has the record of following hype and what politicians say versus holding them accountable. That's exactly what you say.
Well,
what are you talking about? It's work all this time.
Well, you know what? It worked for people who don't pay attention. You know, if you're paying attention, you realize it's just garbage. It's just complete garbage. What has she done? We never get to our thing yet, you know, Kevin. We not get to our banner yet. I think them with the statement and put out, you know, because them can't point to one success. Them use generic terms to describe her. The same thing them do for him. Them use generic terms. Them cannot come out and say they did this, and point out specific things that we can verify. And you know why? Because there isn't any. What can he tell me he succeeded at doing, being the national security advisor? What? What can he tell me that he succeeded at doing, at being the police commissioner? In fact, we have the video here where we have to play where he talk the opposite of where Minister Chang talk about. He must say we need body cam, and Minister Chang said no, we don't need body cam. And then we don't hear nothing come out of him. This is not a leader. The ship is rudderless. This ship called Jamaica is rudderless. But we you know,
is that in a tube?
Well, hold on there. It rudderless, you know, but the one thing them can't say about we, you know. The one thing them can't say about we is that we
Ladies and gentlemen, Jamaica's dancing sensation, Minister Johnson Smith, doing the drift. Let's go. Drift from the UNESCO vote.
Let me remove that. Them can't say that vote with Kevin. So we don't know if we have fun and or have a good time. Or dance. Them can't say that. Kuya.
Well,
you can't dance.
All you wanna go to my surprise, you right there.
You better enjoy little cottage in the grill and dance on the beach, because if you ever keep them Cubans there, at this you go there. At this you go there. Forget about come visit your relatives in Atlanta and the other places. You know Atlanta go. You have to stay right there up on the beach. Them have to come visit you. You're not coming up here. All of them book. You see the book trip. Them the book the book signing. And, yeah, where my door in Atlanta and elsewhere. Forget about that. And people, we have to think about it. If you never know, say my family in Atlanta, you must know say something not going in Atlanta because I'm always the Atlanta. Him go school in Atlanta, you know, right? But at a long time, and him keep on a come back Atlanta. Him keep on a come back. Guess what? No Atlanta for him if him keep the Cubans. So I tell him say keep the Cubans them no, keep them.
You know, Rebel. Enough people not know say Sophie go Atlanta, you know. You just bust out the man things them with it.
A public record, man. A public record. A public record. The school record is there. The travel history is there. Right? All of the records, all of the records are there. So I know nothing. You can't look and no see it for yourself, people. You can't look and see it. So him now have no. So you see, right now I'm sitting down there. The mafia said to himself, sir, you know. And they might have a meeting right now, you know. They might have every day. They might have meeting, and it shouldn't be no meeting. Just make a call. Make a call. But hear what she said, though. Hear what she said. We are going to meet with our confab people. Yeah, we're gonna meet and we're gonna this. There's no meeting necessary because the people them start come out already and say, listen, we keeping the Cubans.
Them never met no meeting with nobody from Jamaica. They got up and they said, hey, here is what it is. Who not like it, go bite it.
Oh,
we said,
George Smith, you make a very good point. You make a very good point. Him say when the PNP come, them have to go withdraw immediately. Here's the point. Here's the point I will make on top of that now. An election will be called within the next, what we now know, March, April, May, June, July, August. In the next 6 months, an election will be called, barring, you know, the conditions where you have to suspend. Yeah,
war.
But under normal circumstances, within the next 6 months, you're going to have an election. Now, based on the polls, the PNP will win. So the PNP going withdrawn. Now, tell me something now. In an election year, you going to replace an ambassador in a significant location. You're going to replace that ambassador, knowing full well that you lose the election and that person will be withdrawn. First of all, it's going to take him 6 months for him even find him way around town. It's going to take him that. Right? So, why you send him? This don't make no sense. Why, as much as I wanted to see Ambassador Audrey Marks go, I would much rather have her stay till through the election and then she do a handover to the incoming person. But no, think about this, Kevin. Think about this. Ambassador Audrey Marks, you have to assume that she did a handover with this gentleman coming. She did a handover. It would be crazy not to, right? Whether she did it in Washington or Kingston, she had to do a handover with him. Now him come here now, and 4 months later they have the election and the call and them lose and them have to leave. Who am I going to hand over to? What kind of handover him can do?
Well, that is it. And Larkland.
Kevin, give me a few minutes. Go on talk. People, excuse me for a second. Kevin, go on talk.
All right. So, Larkland, you posted the question that I had in my head. Why the switch? What went down? What had happened that called for this to happen now? And therein lies a big part of our problem. So, we have an administration that says, hey, America, this is the person that is representing our country. Here you go. And then here comes a few people on social media blowing up our spot. And they go, hey, America, here's the new person that we have. And in addition to that, this old person is coming back to her motherland to be a senator. Y'all caught that part? The senator part? We haven't touched that yet. Am I jumping ahead? Anybody missed it? So, like Clarkland said, you know, this is the question in my head. Why? And Rattigan said it right. You know, why handing over to this person? What a purpose? At this point, at this stage of the game, why? And here we go again. We can never see exactly what is going on, what the end game is. Is this yet another smoke screen? Is this a distraction? And so here it is now. We're going to put up this distraction to move away from these other issues. We're going to move away from the 28 bank accounts that have been harping on. These social media platforms have been harping on for months now. We're going to move away from the DPP getting it all wrong. We're going to move away from this most recent thing where we're not addressing the Cuban situation. Phil George says pension for Max. So hold on. She already have pension. So it is to get a new pension. Explain the pension argument. So so many questions. I personally don't get it, right? And it's probably because I think in simple terms. I have adopted the KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. Me being the stupid, right? So all I can do is keep things simple. And me looking at it simply says, wait, election, we might lose. Let's play it safe and just keep this one here because we're going to run into problems later on if how it going to look. But I guess the how it going to look is not an issue because of other things happening behind the scenes. Oh yeah, and the SSL, we're adding the smoke screen for the SSL whole issue. There's no way that this is going to add up until we get to the end and put all the pieces together. However, we will continue to ask the questions until we get there. Oh, before I forget, West Clayton, 773-789-7839. Please give me a link. West Clayton, 773-789 Please give me a link. All right. So, let me go to some of the comments here. I did hear that about a bigger pension. The JLP, no, they're not going back in after the election. So, but okay. So she's going to come back to Jamaica to become a senator to get a bigger pension than she's getting now. Okay. Then we should all be looking to get senator positions in Jamaica. We need to find out if they get a different pension for each post they occupy. All right. So the question is, as ambassador, is she losing? Well, as not ambassador, because she, as ambassador, is that pension going to stay, and then she get a second job, and then when that run out, then she get the pension from that one too. Elegance Vlog says it's not for the natural eyes because it's spiritual warfare. Now that takes this to a whole new plane. Because if it's spiritual warfare and we're looking at this through natural eyes, let's take that into consideration for a moment. The players that we are seeing then are not really the players, but are used by the players. So if collectively the actions that are being taken are not the kind of action that benefit the masses on a whole, that means that the puppets are being controlled by those looking to see doom and gloom. I don't know of anybody representing light that want to see doom and gloom. I could be wrong. So the spiritual argument makes it even more ugly. Senate seat is likely a cover-up for being pushed out by the United States. Okay, Larkland, fair enough theory. I never asked a question before no, so I never looked at it. And that's not one of the discussions that Ratty and I recently had. I don't know if that was one of the things that he had looked at, because we all know Rattigan don't sleep. Put a chokehold on the individual and call it Blue Dog. Communism, socialism, it's a beautiful movement, no matter what it is called. Okay, Patrick, I understand that not quite understanding that position, maybe because I'm reading it out of context. The Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, what is her position? Foreign Minister? Boom clash? If JLP wins the election, then Andrew Holness remains as leader of the JLP. If JLP loses, he wants to give himself the best chance of remaining leader of the JLP. Okay. But the way how I haven't heard anybody opposing Andrew to take the seat as leader of the JLP. Maybe because my ear is on the side of my head and not on the ground, I probably miss it. But who is going up against him? So a senator now currently gets 148,000 Jamaican dollars per sitting. That's 148,000 a year. What my calculator is. How much money that in US? Because I've been in the US for a while, so I don't speak Jamaican currency. Please forgive me. All right, somebody do the maths already. All right, nobody do the maths yet. 148,000 Jamaican dollars, according to the Gleaner. Okay, so 148,000. It's what, 151? Yeah. It's about 950. Really? That not sound too promising. Oh, per sitting. Each time they go to Senate. Okay. I thank you for the clarity. So $980 each time they go to Senate. How often they go to sit at the Senate, in the Senate? Yeah. But I want to make my brain hurt. Why, Rebel? Don't leave me with these people. I asked some questions and they've given back some things there, and I'm gonna say, why? So 980 times 4. They have 4 sitting. Oh, they have 1 sitting per week, every week. Let's do the full maths. Because getting bits and pieces of it. We need to put things put all the pieces together. Let's go ahead and put the puzzle together. $980 once a week, 4 times a month. How many months a year? How often does the Senate meet in Jamaica? Rebel, you know?
The Senate, they meet once a week. I think they meet on a Friday.
Yeah. For how long?
I don't know. I don't remember, I should say.
All right. So Sylvester did the math and saying is $52,000 a year. $52,000 a year. That not look too bad though. It's an average job. It's a decent job. I have friends that make more than that, but
Kevin, Maffa, come out and come back in. You see what happened?
What happened? Oh, it went out again?
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry yourself, man.
If you can pull up the two statements made by the government regarding these two, the two incompetents.
Sorry. My finger dropped. Hey, come back, Rebel. Here we go.
Official letters.
Yeah,
You don't see them up there.
It says, which letters now?
Remember the two letters, the two announcements from the government of Jamaica. One for Ambassador Audrey Marks and one for the gentleman.
Oh, that's a quick ad. But yeah, so 7 million Jamaican dollars a year for 48 days of work.
You see it? See it right there, sir? So one, yeah?
Yeah.
And then the other one.
So that one and not that one.
Well, just mentioned something about Larkland. His best choice of staying in post to appoint senators he knows will support him. Well, the Senate actually just won't really help him more than it can help him right now, because him already have 2/3 vote in the out of the 21. Him already have him 2/3. So, and you know them going to vote partisan. They're not going to cross the line. So, that is that.
Oh, so there are the two letters. One.
All right. I'm gonna bring them over. Hold on a second.
So, here the running questions, Rebel, the unanswered, right? You know, because my thought was, so why no? If they're going to potentially get voted out, why no? Why make the switch? The same question, basically along the lines of what you were saying, the statement you were making.
All right.
Why?
Yeah, it's for no good reason, because here's what happened. Unless the U.S. government said that they wanted a route, you know what I mean? If they wanted a route and then quietly, you know, they reached out to the Jamaican government and said, listen, leave. Because here's one thing I can tell you. Having served overseas, a handover is essential to the success of the office. Because here's what happened. She has contacts, or she should have contacts, that the other people in the office, they wouldn't have that kind of relationship. So what happens is that as the head of the office, she would have to sit down with the incoming person and said, listen, here are the issues regarding Jamaica and the US, and here are the issues affecting the Caribbean and the US, and here are some issues that they're not. There are some things that are not issues yet. They're emerging. And then also she'd have to tell them, all right, and list all the players and say, okay, you see, this person raised this issue with that person, but that issue that you raised with this person, you can't raise it over here with this other person. And she'd have to give him the lay of the land. That's how a handover is, where you explain everything to everybody. And then on top of that, here's what you do. You have to take the person and go meet the people them. You have to go lunch and meet and say, this is my replacement, so and so and so and so and so. And you talk up the things. No, if a man just come there for 3-4 months or 2 months, and what kind of handover am I going to do? What kind of handover? And the timing is just bad. Something went wrong. Something went wrong. Because remember, now we know, he was supposed to come here before they put him in charge of this disaster, whatever, management review community. He was supposed to, disaster risk management review committee. He was supposed to come before they put him in charge of that.
That's just a glorified title to look at. To possibly look at disasters and do nothing.
All of a sudden that he wasn't coming, and then she stayed. So something went wrong for him to just suddenly, and then guess what? It's an immediate thing. Normally when these things are going to happen, the announcement is made and you have at least a month, 2 months or so, because one person has to pack out, and then they have to come and clean up the room where the person is going to live, do all of that stuff. They have to do all these things, take time. So they don't just say, you're coming right now and then you come. That's not the way it works. And then you have to put him in TDY quarters. No.
Well, all right. So no, Larkland, I can, along those lines, if you understand how Trump operates, it's likely he pushed her out to put Jamaica under pressure. No, the Jamaica under pressure part is consistent with the Cuba issue, with the way how he feels about China being in Jamaica. You know, I can understand and see how it can work that way. You know, like a little bit more pressure on Jamaica. We know the kind of ties that Jamaicans have with the United States. So a little bit more pressure. Squeeze the testes a little harder.
Right.
That I can definitely understand.
Bellringer asked, is there a handover when there's a change of government? There is supposed to be, Bellringer. There is supposed to be a handover, because a handover is not about a party, it's about a government. Right? And so I understand some people might be thinking, yeah, well, if them party lose, then them have no interest in making sure that this thing works. But diplomatically, that's the way it's supposed to work. Because here's the other thing now. If you never want to do it, guess what happened now? Host country government look on you like on stooges. The US government would look and say, well, wait, Ambassador Mark's gone. With the person she's supposed to introduce us to. I mean, they know the person is coming in because you have to send a cable announcing that the person is coming, because guess what? America can say we don't want him. Host country government can refuse an incoming diplomat anywhere in the world. Jamaica can refuse if them send somebody with Jamaica, like Jamaica can say no, we don't want him here. They won't do it, but that's a right that every country has. You don't have to take the person that the embassy is sending, or the foreign government is sending. You don't have to accept that person in your country. You can say no, I don't want that person. So they send a cable, and the cable says, you know, Mr. Kevin Stew is coming to replace Ambassador Audrey Marks, and here are his, you know, here are his details. Just like this. It's the details, yeah. Look on this, people. Look on this. We're going to expose the nonsense what them are going with. Senator the Honorable Kamina Johnson Smith. See that first line? Let me just say you should be ashamed to put this thing out. So Jim say, announce the appointment of Major General, blah, 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 blah. Ambassador designate. Now look at this. Look what you put in a quote. We are very pleased that he will assume his role at a time when Jamaica looks to strengthen its security partnership. So wait, Jamaica never looked to strengthen it before. Words mean something, people. The American government, they're looking at this. Look at these nincompoops. Words mean something. What do you mean when we'll assume his role at a time when Jamaica looks to strengthen its security partnership, as if we weren't looking to do that before? Big problem. His leadership and expertise will also be critical in advancing Jamaica's wider priorities. Like what? We don't know. Fostering deeper collaboration with the U.S. while engaging strategically with the Organization of American States, OAS. He will build Listen to this. He will build on the strong foundation laid by Ambassador Audrey Marks, whose service has been instrumental in advancing our bilateral agenda. How about the thing called travel advisory? Want to know about that? Want to know about that? Tell me what she do for bring development to Jamaica from America. Tell me what she do. And not only that, tell me what she could have done. Tell me that all the opportunities were passed by. We should never cease. Tell me about them there, because guess what happened? You don't need me if you go there and start dig. We don't have to dig. For just look through the stuff and see. Because I guarantee you, if you go to the Library of Congress and you start look at the bills, all of the bills, and then you look and see where she advanced, you won't see anything. All of the bills when them are passed in the Congress will affect the Caribbean, and look at what role she will play with them there. Now look at this. Listen to this. Major General Anderson brings decades of experience. They might big him up, you know. Major General. You notice them not put police commissioner, our former police commissioner, our head of with him disaster risk management.
That part they get left out.
Major General Anderson, as if to say Major General in the JDF means anything to the U.S. government. It don't mean nothing. Don't mean nothing.
I'm a Major General. What do you mean? I'm a general.
Yeah. So put Major General Anderson brings decades of experience in defense, security, and strategic leadership. Make we ask the Jamaican people about that. Only believe that in bring decades of, well, in bring it, well, we don't know about the experience, but how did his experience in defense, security, and strategic leadership benefit Jamaica? Not one bit. He previously served as Chief of Defense before becoming Jamaica's first National Security Advisor, where he played a critical role in shaping national security policy and international cooperation. Well, talking about international cooperation, Mr. Anderson, please tell us what happened to the Dons, the name of the Dons that you brought and you shared with the FBI and U.S. federal law enforcement in Washington, D.C. a few years ago. Please tell us about that. Please tell us about the cooperation and how it has helped in any way, shape, or form. Look what them do now. As Commissioner of Police, he spearheaded modernization efforts in the Jamaica Constabulary Force, advancing technology integration and organizational reform to enhance public safety and law enforcement. People, me I tell you now, you don't have to be critical thinkers around here, because all of this, you know what they say? Gobbly, 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 gook. It means absolutely nothing. It's a string of words. It means nothing. This thing about he spearheaded modernization efforts in the Jamaica Constabulary Force, advancing technology integration and technology integration. What effort? To the body camera, warm to the body camera, them, warm to the vehicles, warm to the plane, warm to the ambulance, them, warm to all of them things to enhance public safety. If you notice, it not say he succeeded. It not say he succeeded. That's something that people don't have to look for them key terms. Yeah, it should have said he succeeded in modernizing the Jamaica Constabulary Force. He succeeded in advancing technology integration and organization. It just said that. It just said he spearheaded. Spearheaded. You can't spearhead a failure, you know. I wonder if you know this.
Hold on. When was the last time you prepared a resume?
A long time now.
Okay. That is why you have this opinion. The idea is to sell. You're a salesman. You need to sell. So here is the sale. Here's the pitch. I'm going to spearhead these advancements. Or what?
But Kevin, the government must admit this. The government where I read this, where I come to, are the same government who teach me for read and look on things them way I know. Are the same government. So them when them say this no means
here we go again. Another problem. Rebel. Yeah. You were taught how to identify fluff. Okay. They were taught how to write fluff, hoping that it is not identified. Glorified talkers with elaborate words.
I agree. No Lady J Love, I never hear that. But I'll check it out. But you see what happened? What is supposed to say, writer says that he succeeded. Because that is what we are looking for, success. That's what we want to see how him succeed. It just say he spearheaded. Spearheaded, spearheaded. You know, spearheaded can mean you start it and it flow and fail. You start it and it stall. It can mean anything. But here's one thing though. If you succeeded in doing it, you would have put the word succeeded. If you succeeded, you want to highlight your success, you would have put the word succeeded. You feel like this. And look what them put again. Anderson's appointment. And by the way, you call again, them people who write them things are fool, you know. You don't start out calling the man Major General Anderson, and then you go call him by his last name, Andy. And look at them put another paragraph. Them start look on the paragraph, the Major at the top of the screen. Major General Anderson. Then look at the paragraph below. Anderson's appointment. It just a Major General Anderson's appointment. You continue with it.
The Major Generals.
Yeah. Or they could have said his, you know, but them say Anderson's appointment reflects Jamaica's broader diplomatic approach, which emphasizes experienced leadership in key ambassadorial roles. Come on, people. Minister, believe me, I lose half of you. I lose half of you. Oh, you can't sign out something like this. Listen to this. With a strong background in regional security coordination. Oh, so them going back here. So now, Major General Anderson has facilitated joint security initiatives across the Caribbean, advising governments on national security frameworks and leading multinational security operations. Advising. Well on there. Well on. No Jamaica, I'm supposed to clean up. I'm supposed to clean up. But Mr. Same gone all over the Caribbean now. How you feel in Jamaica? How you feel at home when you're gone abroad? And then leading multinational security operations.
Was successful too? Was the Caribbean successful? Did that get off the ground? Did anything happen there?
As facilitated joy. I want to say the word success. I want to say words that indicate that he was successful in doing this. Not that him do it. Because you see what I'm saying? With a strong background in regional security court, Major General Anderson has facilitated joint security initiatives across the Caribbean. You know what that could be? That could be a conference call. That could be a Zoom meeting where them sit down and the other police commissioners them talk about things and blah 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 blah. That could be it. And they say, "Oh, I facilitated it." It could be one of the things where Jamaica chaired the meeting, and him say, "Okay, I did that." No, man. And look at this. Major General Anderson is expected to take up his post in Washington, D.C. imminently, like yesterday or whenever. This is not how it's done, people. You have to have a proper handover, and this is not a proper handover. Let me see the next one, Kevin. Next one. All right. Let me have it down. All right. The appointment of Ambassador Audrey Marks to the Senate. She brings a wealth of experience in diplomacy. No, she does not. Business, yes. Public service, if you mean just seen in the public, yes. But if you mean performing your duties, no. She said, Ambassador Marks has distinct honor of being Jamaica's first female ambassador to the USA and the only individual to have served in this role 3 times across 2 different administrations. First of all, the distinct honor of being Jamaica's first female ambassador. This is the gender thing now, they are playing now, you know. Right? They might play the gender thing here right now. And then 3 times. 3 times. And she asks, and look what she do. She asks the diaspora, please, help me. Write the State Department and see if them can lower the travel advisory, because me can't do it, because me invite them come to my office and I don't even want to tell them when they're happening at the office, people. I don't even want to tell them, because my State Department contacts tell me what she do. What happened. But make that go on. But she served 3 times to serve in the role. And this is all she can show feet. 3 times a failure, and then she gone. And then we have a bigger.
What do you mean?
Eh?
3 strikes and you're out.
Well, apparently that's it. Look at this. Her extensive experience in strengthening Jamaica-USA bilateral relations and advocating for Jamaica's interests at the OAS will be invaluable in her contributions to national policy and legislative development. People, they're telling her again, string of pearls. Just beautiful words. And when you start to examine them, they mean absolutely nothing. Go back and look at what she's done at the OAS. It amounts to nothing. Nothing. And them say beyond her diplomatic achievements. Up to now, we don't know what it is, you know. Them just say her contribution was invaluable to national policy and legislative development. Nonsense. Beyond her diplomatic achievements, she has an exemplary record as an entrepreneur. We're not complaining about that. And business leader, we give her our props. Master was a success. Yes. You know, as the founder of Master, she revolutionized Jamaica financial sector and the first internet. Her success in business included and has earned her numerous awards. We're not arguing with that.
So no Ministry of Finance she need to go.
Yeah. Her distinguished career includes serving on over 20 national and international boards, as well as become the first female president of the American Chamber of Commerce of Jamaica. We're not arguing with that. We are talking about our career as a diplomat. It was woefully inadequate and a complete failure. A complete failure. Let me tell you how this lady function now. This lady function by networking. She tried to meet the right people to get things done for her, right? I met this lady in 2016. And this lady asked me to help her write a crime plan right outside of the door of the hall where they did have the meeting, the town hall meeting. She asked me. But I tell you what happened. If a crime plan come up and lick her in her head, she wouldn't know it. She wouldn't know it. She'd have probably says a UFO. She don't know it. These are the people that were put in positions of authority, positions of leadership. And because we say that they are leaders, people accept that they're leaders. They're not leaders. Look beyond the hype. Look beyond the hype. She's now in the Senate, and I'm telling you, let's see what kind of contribution she's going to make, because she certainly didn't make any contributions here. I'm not the only person happy to see her go, but at the same time, it's a bittersweet feeling, because you know why? Although she was a failure, the person replacing her is worse. I mean, she did not galvanize the diaspora. She created divisions in the diaspora. OT, what about Alcian Wilson, Roach? That lady should go. That lady should go. She has no business being up there in New York. She doesn't know what she's doing. If Kevin could I just find the picture with her dance to coming from the country with my bag of Cali, buck up on a DC.
Oh,
Hold me. Don't you know you, man? If Kevin can't find that tune there.
Don't challenge me, Rattigan.
I remember now challenge you. I see me a challenge. I know you. I know you, Kevin. I see me a challenge. She up there. I collect money and I carry on and I go on. And she not doing that thing, people. Me, you should tell Cliff Hughes the other day about she's in charge of 30-something states or 20-something, whatever the number is. She never know the capital of them the place. She not. Listen.
Challenge me, you know.
On the plane of the world, and she's in the building. I have to play her song. Stretch, can you play a song by CG for me, please?
Kevin at the best. I see that dancey, CG. Don't have a clue what she's doing. No clue. Instead of she sit down there and talk to Pika and make the people them get them passport in our time, the fashion show about she dance a pen relay. Oh my goodness. You know, these are the people that we have caused to be appointed, because we vote for our government who put them people in them place there. And it's just a shame. It's a shame. I forget about Tarno, Kevin, when we say we have rhythm and we can dance, and I will play my favorite minister, which that play she right after, but better late than
a bunch of them. A bunch of them can play.
Hey, watch out. We're supposed to get I wonder what I'm tired. But we have. Well, let me just take a look and see if we hear from Jeanette Calder. Hold on. Jeanette. No, the last thing she said, she's coming, and she's supposed to come at 7.
Miss Curiosity Kid says, Rattigan, you are living in a fool's paradise. You really expect too much of this government. You know,
No.
I don't think the expectation is too high.
No. Here's what happened. Is the Miss Curiosity Kid? No, it's not that I expect them to do it, right? It's just how blatant it's not being done. You know what I mean? And then them come out with a beautiful string of words and them tell you all kind of foolishness. So my job around here is to let people understand that when you read these things, think. If you don't know, think and ask the logical questions. Because if you look at it and you just think, logic will kick in. Trust me, I think innately, we are logical beings. Innately. Most of us. If you just think about it, right? Who's this person here? Hold on, let me get rid of this person here.
Wait, who that get axed?
Yeah, we just ban some people. Yeah. We don't fool around here, because here's what happened now. What I say to people, is that you must come and tell me I'm wrong and show me when I'm wrong. Don't come and make like personal attacks and things like that. That's not kindly. That's not.
I missed that one.
What's this?
I did miss that one.
Oh, Sandra said, me can't bother with you, behave yourself. What are you draw back for dancer girl? Hey, you see it there? For dancer girl, I mean, dancer girl gets sued, for non-payment of rent. Man, don't know that. Dancer girl gets sued for that. She and her husband. So, that's what the thing said. Sit down. Rattigan said, one, my sister waiting on her Jamaican passport. This is what me I talk about, Kevin. This is what me I talk about.
Hold on, what? How long?
Marlon Jones said over 1 year her sister wait on her Jamaican passport because PICA can't get them act together and Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade can't get them act together. This is unsatisfactory. This is what me I talk about, people. This is what me I talk about. Oh, that was the 36 gun salute. You remember that, Ivory? Yeah, he can't count. The police them can't count. Oh, them say that's why she's going to hiding after me dig up our file. Elegance blogs. Yeah, but why? Hold on, let me go back into this. I'll go back into this because Kevin, them people are them just set me off the wrong way, man. Because you're right. Listen to this, people. Listen to this.
Margarita Allen said somebody passport gets into her instead of hers.
Yeah, that is the type of thing that look. It's one thing if they make a fool in front of their colleagues because they're serving in America, but they're serving in America alongside 100 and almost 200 countries or whatever the number is these days, right? They have their colleagues. It's one thing for them to act foolish and for people to have a negative perception about Jamaica as a result of them. Some people will have a negative perception of them, not the country, Jamaica. But it's another thing when you pay your money to get your passport and you wait over a year and you can't get it. That is not. Anyway, what on the Kevin? Let me just show this.
We don't believe in tricking the people of the country. That's the declaration of Prime Minister Andrew Holness today in a warning to people behind social media accounts who he says are spreading fake news about his administration. The Prime Minister was speaking today at the launch of this year's Labour Day activities at his Devon Road office in St Andrew.
Those people who are making the fake TikTok videos and feeding it to unsuspecting people who don't understand it. Every morning somebody called me, sending me a TikTok video or a YouTube video. What about that? And I say it's nonsense. And I give them the counterfact. We can do that too, you know. But that's not what we do. We don't believe in tricking the people of the country. No matter how much YouTube and TikTok negative video they're going to make, the facts are that this government that I lead has made the changes that is resulting
in my 28 bank accounts.
Correct.
That is what it is doing. It's resulted in my 28 bank accounts, so don't leave me alone. No, where is it here? Somebody mentioned Barrington. The Senate, they don't have to deal with the Prime Minister's wife is the Speaker of the House, and the ambassador is going to the Senate. So she will be responding to the President of the Senate, who is Mr. Tavares, Mr. Tom Tavares Finson. That's who she'll be. She won't, the Prime Minister's wife won't have anything over her. So that's that. Somebody else said something here. Aldrin, I've been calling the CG office in Miami for more than a month and leave messages and no response to this day. Kevin, you're down in that neck. What's going on here, Kevin? Can I ask you?
Who said what now? Who said what now?
Aldrin Watson said, I've been calling the CG office in Miami for more than a month and leave messages and no response till this day. No. CG, me know you're watching now. Me know you're watching. And by the way, CG, I'm a brethren, you know. I just want the government to know that as a CG, I'm a brethren. Me don't want to take it out upon him. Because when I met the man now, we want to talk to me no more. Right? But CG, all joking aside, Aldrin says she's been calling the office for more than a month and she has left messages and no response till this day. CG, you know what? Hold on a second. I'm going to call him right now. Hold on.
Jeez, okay. You know, just send him a message. Send him a message. Send him a message.
Hold on there.
Send him a message. All right.
What? Where I'm again, Kevin? When first name again?
Oliver.
You can't tell me, man. A public knowledge. Them can't look and see.
Oliver.
Hold on. Yeah, call me up. So much number now, so. All right, I'm not calling right now. Hold on there.
Hey, wait a minute. Jeez, I'm great.
No, because people I forget them service, man. Them I forget service. And maybe him never know about it.
Probably don't know.
Yeah. CJ. Listen, me up on my life, and right now we have a lady here. She said that she's been calling your office for more than a month, and she's left messages and no response till this day. Her name is Aldrin Watson. Can you look into it for me, please, sir? Yeah. All right. Right. I know. But she actually left a message, you know. She just didn't call. She left messages. But I'll get her number. All right, no problem. Take care of yourself. All right, bye-bye. All right. Miss Aldrin, if you can give a number or email where you can afford to put out to the public, the CG said that he will call you personally.
Hold on. Aldrin, 773. I'm going to put my number flash across the screen for you. Send the information to me. Let me pass it on.
And Kevin will pass it on.
Please.
And Aldrin, he gave me his personal assurance. He said that he will call you personally. He said, look, I'm not making up excuses, but we get thousands of calls, and I can't monitor all of them, which is exactly what we're saying. Maybe you don't know about it. So he said, please tell her to send me her number, and I will personally call her on Monday. So, all right. Hold on. Send me a message now, so we're going to start losing and we'll call all of them people.
Yeah. It's the way it's the way to. I'll read this number scrolling across the bottom of the screen. 773-789. Still, send me the information. Just send me the information.
All right. So make us
CG. I tried to do a different way.
No, the CG, I'm a virgin. Hold on. Let me make them know. Say, You said the CG, me talk. You said the CG in New York. If you don't want something done, you know, you just give me the task, you know. Make me be in the water, boy. Me will call and deal with it, right? If you want something done in Texas and Houston, you call me. I will deal with it. You want something done in California, you call me. I will take care of all of the problems them you have, right? So if you have problems in Jamaica, you call me. I will deal with it. Send it to Kevin number. You bombard him. Just send everything to Kevin number. Kevin number is just up on the screen. So Aldrin, you're welcome. And Aldrin, if you not get where you desire out of this, it not go up that way. He will take care of you.
He will take care of you.
He will take care of you because I'm telling you, all of you, that CG down in Miami should be the ambassador because that CG is
this man put his work.
He does what he's supposed to do and more. I mean, I've seen him in action. Look at Anthony Gino, what him Mr. Call me and Matt Lefield.
So, but in fact, the work that CG Mayor has put in over the years, and that he's been here in the southern United States, because it's not just Florida that he is the Consul General for, it's the 13 southernmost United States in the US. So he travels a lot. He is very involved. And last week there was an album launch in Sunrise, and he was awarded for his input and his contribution to the community. Just this past week. That's why I wasn't here. It's the same event that I missed.
Right.
My broadcast for last week. He was there. And so you want rent with help with your rent, Keisha? You say you're gonna call me, we're gonna move in with me? But no. Oh my god, help you. Rebel. Hey, why you switch your thing, Bridget? Rebel, I hide from one of people. Oh.
Kevin deal don't know.
All right, so
Andrea want a Homer.
I must be a Homer. Is that type what you make?
No. People believe me, the CG down in Miami, big props to him. The man is a hard worker. And believe me, when they were saying that they were going to send people home when they had the same-sex couple issue down in Jamaica, I felt for the people of Florida because they truly love this man. This man is a people person.
Yes.
He's talented, he's bright, he's witty. The man he knows how to do the job, and he does it very, very well.
Yes.
Unlike other people.
I think he would make an excellent. He would make an excellent ambassador. I really believe he would make an excellent ambassador.
I believe so too.
I have problems in Jamaica. Karen Simmons, what kind of problems? Boy. KC. Who is KC? CG is KC, Bridget. Who is KC? King Charles? Which KC? Anthony G. I don't know. Yeah. And he speaks openly of his former tenure at Air Jamaica.
I sent him a picture the other day now. I couldn't believe it. I sent him a picture when he was some bigwig at the airline.
Air Jamaica.
Let me get that picture there. But I saw someone else.
Here.
Rattigan, my mom went to the mandeville office to get on the register to vote list, and they kept around and around. All right, so what we are going to do with that now? All of you who have complaints out there, just send them to Kevin. Kevin, force Kevin to find a way if you kind of channel them to Joan, to producer Joan and OT. I forget them. OT is the producer for the Wednesday program. Joan is the producer for the Saturday program. So now send everything to Kevin.
So, all right. Oh, KC, as in North Street, the other side of North Street. Okay, cool. But he went to Campion though. So you say his friend with KC? No, he went to Campion. All right. So look like we have to get assist at Rattigan that or something because Rebel, cause problems, you know. All right, look at this, people. So unmute your mic because now I'm getting a call from one of our listeners. So unmute your mic, sir. Let me mute mine.
Yeah.
Let me mute mine. 1 second, people.
While Kevin, I listened to the call. Let me just say that Jeanette Calder was supposed to be here to go through ATIs using JAMAICA'S portal. That's Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal. That's her organization. To OT said, no, all right. OT has someone for calling. I'm happy for calling. All right. Miss P, if you're out there listening, I want you to call in and tell her what you're thinking. All I know out there listening. Call in, man. The phone line open now, you know. Kevin, I did with laugh. What go on? Well, Kevin, I did with laugh. We have half hour to go, less than half hour. See the see the phone number there. You can call in people. Oh, okay. Well, here's the announcement.
People.
Here's the announcement. You want to share that or no? No. Okay. All right. Here's what happened. Here's something that again, this is going out to all of the people who say that all we do is talk, and we do nothing. We not have to remind people what happened last year, because last year gone. We're talking about this year. Remember, we talked about the rally in Jamaica, the Family Day rally, and we talked about the media, the conference, the symposium we're going to have with media, traditional and social media. Here's another one. Remember me, I talked about Magnitsky from a long time, right? And I hear about the Magnitsky, everybody I say, well, yeah, when it's going to happen? And people ask, well, we have been working. While you've been asking the questions, what's going on with it, we have been working. And here's where you are going to play a role. We have completed some sections of that initiative, but we are going to need you to play a role in the sense that we're going to come out with an electronic petition. So you're going to have to sign off on this petition. We're going to send it out, and it's going to go global. And people sign off on it. You'll see the language, you'll see exactly what it is about. And we're asking you to support it by putting your electronic signature on it. We weren't planning on saying this right now, but the thing is, we were going to send it out on the OJLDF, but we decided, no, let everybody take a look at this thing, see what it's about, and then have them support it with their petitions, with their signatures, and then we're going to send it off. So we're asking all of you. It's coming out shortly. OT is working on that project right now. She's working on that project to make sure that the thing is up and running, and it's no boogie thing. It's hold on a second. That it's actually working. So we're gonna try and test it. We hope to send off this petition I know, before the end of the month, because the Magnitsky initiative will be launched next month. And once we launch it, it's out of our hands. It's up to the foreign governments. It's up to the international organizations to do whatever they want to do with it. But the Andrea Burke said we need to sue Andrew for tax money. Yeah. How many signatures is needed? We need yours. We just need yours. We need yours and the number of people you can get to sign it. But here's what we want you. We want you to. We're going to have it's like a preamble. We probably won't have the whole package together, but you'll get to see what is in it. You'll get to understand what's in it. You probably won't see everything in it, but you'll get to understand what's in it and why we're doing this and what we hope to achieve. So all of the people, and we are again, all of the naysayers. I was gonna say something, but that sounds political, so I'll just leave it alone. But all of the naysayers, we're asking you to join us and help get this petition out. If we can get as many signatures as we can get, we will take. So that's where. So that's so three things. Remember, people: the rally, the Magnitsky, and the conference. Remember that. Is the meeting with the former finance minister still on the table? Jazz. Yeah, read my mind, not Jazz. Yeah, read my mind. You're dangerous. You're dangerous. The former minister of finance is, shall we say, is not forgotten. Let's just leave it like that. He's not forgotten. He's not forgotten. Not forgotten. Not forgotten. So, please say we're ready. Okay. While Kevin orders our talk, we only have, oh, wow, time flies. We only have 17 minutes. People, I'm telling you, for 5 hours, a 5-hour show, some people intimidated by it to watch. And I've been telling people, just watch it like how you take your medicine. Small dose. Just take a little bit today, a little bit tomorrow. Before you know it, by the end of the week, you've watched the entire thing. And for me, time goes by real fast because there are two things we didn't do. We didn't complete the diplomatic incompetence. We didn't complete the Ambassador Anthony Anderson, the Peter Principle. We started, but we didn't finish. Paula Lllewellyn, a look at our contemptible DPP. We didn't do that one, and the ATI. But we will get to them. It's not a problem. But the phone line is open now. I mean, you're nobody I call, so I'll turn it off. So 66736.
Everybody will call me.
Oh, you're nobody. Oh, everybody I call you. Okay. No, Darren, you have to sign for yourself. It don't come to you. Believe me. TM Rose. No, we not get my Pro Box yet tonight. You know when we can't get it? I mean, I have to go put away some money every month. I can't get it one time. I have to put away some money every month for what? 3, 4 years, 5 years before we can get it. By then, them stop make Pro Box, man. MP, what is the petition for? The petition is to hold, there is a law called the Magnitsky Act. And what it is, the basis of it is there was a Russian journalist / lawyer who came across massive corruption. Hold on 1 second.
So we take turns with our phones. Apparently, so no call Rebel, so no call me. It's okay. We take those calls. But big and serious. Yes, we do what we can where we can. Once it's within our scope of abilities. Yes. That first request that I got earlier, I'll see how I can work on that for you, okay? I'm not too sure how successful I'll be in that department. There are no guarantees, but I'll see what I can do for you. All right? My Pennsylvania call? Yeah. Okay. I got you.
Andrea Berg said, I did so many things watching this show. I don't want to miss anything. I move around with my phone. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you. I'm hoping that the show is not boring, that we're touching on topics that are of interest to you. And that's why we said to you, well, you know, you can voice your, you can give me advice. We'll take advice. Where do we go to sign the petition? TM Rose, it's not out yet. We're working on it, and it should be on Wednesday night. We should be able to give you more information on it. And somebody asked, "Oh, what is it? The Magnitsky? It's the Russian journalist / attorney who came across massive corruption in Russia, started to act like a whistleblower, and he was arrested and subsequently killed in prison. And the U.S. government passed this law, and it has been expanded. So now there's a version of it in the EU, there's a version of it in the UK, there's a version of it in Canada, and of course it started in the US. The version in the EU, well, the Magnitsky Act, as it's in its present form in the US, it covers kleptocracy, corruption, and human rights abuse. It says if any government is involved in any of these things, there are consequences to pay. The Canadian has a version of it. The UK has a similar version of it. The EU's version is different. The EU says you can only come to them if it's human rights violation. For some reason, they're not looking at kleptocracy and they're not looking at corruption, just human rights. And as we know in Jamaica, a lot of human rights violations. I mean, all you have to do is just look at the extrajudicial killings just this year alone. Not to mention the state of emergency, the people detained. Those are all human rights violations. So we're going to put these things out, and we're going to ask these governments, and we're going to ask international organizations to take a closer look at what's going on in Jamaica, and if necessary, impose consequences on the people responsible. So that's where we are. I hope that answers your question. Oh, Elegance Vlogs. So not even TV turn on in my house on a Saturday. Only reason, hey, Elegance, big up yourself. Big up the self. Yeah, MB. All right. That's over there. Pauline Green, I missed the program. Yeah. Hey, we know it long, but there's a lot to talk about. And then also keep in mind, people, that okay, here we go. Caller. Good, what's it? Night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Hey, listen, Ratty, this is Bal.
Hello?
I'm calling you from Jamaica. This is Bal, Ratty.
Hello?
It's Bal calling from Jamaica.
Oh, you can hear? I can hardly hear him.
I think it feels good.
But turn it up.
I'm calling you. You turn it up?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm calling from Jamaica, Ratty. I was there listening to the podcast, and man, you're doing things, and I commend you for your due diligence. You know, we support you totally. Are you hearing me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, remember I was on the podcast once with you. I'm Tony's friend, Tigo's brethren from West Palm.
Okay, big up yourself, brother.
Bala.
Yeah.
Bala.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So I was listening, and I had a discussion with Tigo just yesterday, and regarding the Cuban doctor situation. I wanted to discuss this with you actually, and one of the aspects of this contract with the Cuban doctors that hasn't been discussed, and I would like you to focus on it really, and is the fact that, in my opinion, Jamaica really don't get their money's worth in this contract, and I explain why. Mm-hmm. The contract with each medical practitioner extends for only 3 years, and there's a reason for that, right? Now, prior to their arrival in Jamaica, they get somewhat of a crash course in English. And I'm a linguist, I'm a bilingual person. I understand how long it really takes someone to be proficient. And So bear that in mind, right? So when they come to Jamaica, they don't have a good proficiency in English. So forget about patois, right? They are deployed primarily in public institutions. And it's no secret what we know about the public medical institution in Jamaica. They are poorly equipped, especially when it comes to diagnostic instrumentations, etc. Right? So for those practitioners, as you may know, you talk to any doctor, you know that part of their evaluation, I as a clinician myself, in any evaluation, it includes 50% of it is oral examination. And oral examination means physical as well as verbal interview, right? So imagine Rattigan, right? As I said, the public institution is where most Jamaicans go who don't have the means to go to medical associates, go to, UE and all those private institutions. And those medical facilities are poorly equipped with diagnostic instrumentation. So
essentially,
those doctors then would rely primarily on the oral examination of any patient. That takes time, Ratty. And imagine not being able to communicate effectively with each of those patients because they don't interface with the medical assistant until their disease progression is somewhere within the acute to chronic stage. And you imagine a man trying to explain to this doctor where he's having the pain, how long he's having the pain, using the patois. What is he going to get from that? That it will be inform him adequately enough to treat that person. So they end up spending enormous time with each patient. So that's where we get lost in them. Because remember, they don't have the benefit of diagnostic testing within those facilities. And whatever testing needs to be done is external, which demand cash. Those people don't have insurance. So this is where I think, professionally thinking, that this is a contract that Jamaicans don't get their money's worth for, regardless of how much they pay them.
Well,
you understand? They don't get their money's worth.
Kevin, you want to take that on?
Because here's the deal, Ratty. By the time those practitioners are able to actually get maybe a little command of the patois language, guess what? It's time for them to go.
One quick question. One quick thing that Kevin. One quick thing.
Yeah.
Someone asked a question. So how, like 28 leaving office Magnitsky? The Magnitsky it's applicable to former ministers. So even after you leave, it's still applicable to you. All right, go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah. So that's a good point, Bal, that you're raising, the language barriers. We would think that after almost 50 years of doing this, that they have
Kevin, I can hardly hear
you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, after 50 years, and you said you are in the area, in the field. After 50 years, we haven't figured out how to bridge the language barrier. I think
no.
Well, that is.
I'm talking about patois now. I'm talking about patois.
But
I'm
the
talking
people,
about this Cuban doctor whose primary language is Spanish, and his orientation include a crash course in English. coming to Jamaica to work in public institution that is primarily servicing the poor.
Right.
These people speak primarily patois.
So yeah, I understand what you're saying.
So how?
I totally get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, after all this time, to think that we haven't figured out a solution to bridge that gap, because that's an aspect of it that I didn't even consider myself. And thank you for raising it. So that is another aspect of it that we can look into also and further discuss. We don't have the kind of timeline to really address all of that right now. But what I'm saying is, shouldn't I guess in your experience, there hasn't been anybody else there that these Cuban doctors and workers in the area have had help. So they don't have a grasp of the English language, you're saying? Because if they have English, then anybody else can tell them what the person is saying in patois. And keep in mind, even some of us in Jamaica have a problem with listening to people understanding people from other parts of Jamaica. So
the point is though, to Kevin.
Yeah.
When you negotiate a contract of this nature, these are some of the intricacy issues that you have to try to cover to ensure.
I totally agree. No, I totally agree.
That you spend. Right.
Well,
so
I
you negotiate. Right.
Yeah.
You negotiate a contract so that someone leave after 3 years, and 3 years is when them probably just start get a good grasp, a reasonable grasp of the patois.
Totally understand what you're saying.
You know?
Here's the thing, though. It's not to say that the program is not successful in its efforts, right? It's just saying that there's this aspect of it that we've not considered, and I'm there with you. And it is something that we can look into. And I suggest that you call Wednesday night and come reason with Rattigan, because we are out of time here.
Right.
So
okay.
The real discussion time is Wednesday night, and you can discuss a little bit further there.
I'll grab a quick call. Bal, we'll talk later. Let me grab this call there.
Yeah.
All right. Paula, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. We only have a few minutes.
The bones.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Yes, Mr. Rattigan. Mr. Rattigan, are you hearing me?
Yes, he's hearing you. He's hearing you. Although he's on the phone, he's hearing you. Go ahead. Are you hearing me? Caller? Hello? Caller? Hello? Caller, are you hearing? Because I'm not hearing you. Caller, are you hearing? I don't know what is going on here. And let me see. I have less than a minute. Rebel, you hearing? Caller, are you there? Okay, looks like we lost the caller. All right, Rebel, I got the bones.
You cut it off.
People, unmute your line, Rebel. I got the bones.
Yeah.
Hello?
Let me just apologize to Jenny. Called her. She just called me because of the time change. Kevin, I told her it's 7. She thought it was 7 Jamaica time, which is 8 our time. So it's my fault. So I apologize. She will be here next week. All right, Kevin, we're out. People, everybody, thanks for tuning in. Hey, listen to Kevin right now, and then I'm coming on right after DJ Kevin Stew, 10 o'clock to midnight. Take care. Be well. We'll talk soon. Take care. Bye-bye.